Good afternoon, everybody. You will not believe what we've just witnessed here. That wildebeest has just been killed, one of about 3,000 or 4,000 that came streaming across the Mara River. This is the Mara Triangle.
Ready. Standing by.
You are live.
People, we have just witnessed something quite extraordinary, quite possibly the most amazing wildlife sighting I've ever seen. I'm going to speak in a slightly robotic fashion on account of the fact that my heartbeat is still at about 210 beats per minute. I'm still trying to calm down, and if I allow myself, I will become entirely tongue-tied by what I've just seen. 3,000 or 4,000 wildebeest came streaming across this river. They chose this crossing point because there are no crocodiles here. They came up onto the bank, and then suddenly, out of the grass, came this lioness, the one that's starting to feed now. She tried 3 or 4 times. She hit one wildebeest. It got away from her, and the very last fellow to come up out of the river, she grabbed, pinned it against that termite mound, grabbed it by the throat, and she throttled the life out of it. Then 2 more came out of the woodlands over there and down towards here, and you can see not very enthusiastically feeding. That's because they eat all the time, these lions. At this time of the year, between the end of July and often the end of October, there are wildebeest and zebra and Thompson's gazelles and eland leaping to and fro across this river all the time. They're moving through the grasslands. Some of them die of natural causes. Some of them are young and easy to kill. But basically, these lions are eating every day. And so they're not tearing into it like perhaps you might be used to the Nkuhuma Pride doing. Now, we are completely live. In case you've just joined us, hashtag Safari Live or questions at wildearth.tv if you want to talk to us. Also, on drive today, Jamie and Tayla down in the Sabie Sands of the iconic Kruger National Park in South Africa. An entirely different landscape, equally wonderful, very different, and they'll be explaining and showing you some of the regular characters that we have there. These two, not regular characters on Safari Live. We don't know who they are, we don't know where they've come from, and that is the great joy of exploring a new area here. We'll tell you a little bit about the lions and the plan for the day after we've appreciated what we've just witnessed. I hope some of you were able to join us on 1 or 2 of our Facebook Live broadcasts just before we went live and were able to see what we just witnessed. We certainly managed to get onto Facebook, thankfully. It was on Magical Kenya's Facebook Live page and also Barcroft TV's.
She's up.
There we go. She's moving a little bit now. Now, what we came to do here, everybody, was film the migration story, to see if we could do a story of the migration, which of course is a timeless story of the wildebeest, the zebra, the Tommies, that's the Thompson's gazelle, local parlance. You see I'm getting very experienced now after 5 days here, and the eland, and how they move in the great Mara Serengeti ecosystem. And we came to show the wildebeest crossing the Mara River, and we managed to do that today, thankfully, and we also came to follow some of the lions of this area. Our main lion characters, the Pt1 Pride, who we've been following for 3 nights now, they're off north of us, on the boundary into the conservancies. There are no fences around this area. They killed a very minute topi this morning, that's a little Sabie, so they're still hungry, and we followed them all night last night, well, until about 11:30. They did, well, bar one of them, they did absolutely blow all. These lions are a lot more productive seemingly, but you can see she's not enthusiastically eating. She's pretty full already, and so I don't know how much eating she's actually going to do today. So later on, we're probably going to join the Pt1 Pride. We'll see if they hunt tonight, and we're also going to hopefully find another wildebeest crossing. It would be unusual for us to find yet another one, but you never know. There are lots of wildebeest massing the other side of the river, and it's quite possible that some of them will try and cross very shortly. And also, that's just an aeroplane going overhead, everyone. That is the best and most romantic way to come into the Mara, of course, not via the road that we arrived on. That is likely to knock the teeth out of your skull and fuse at least 6 or 7 vertebrae together. I can highly recommend coming to this area. We are staying at the most magnificent lodge in Africa. It's called Maasai Mara, and flying in there is definitely a better option than driving. Yesterday, we opened the show with one of the most famous male lions. And, you know, people talk about big male lions, they talk about being amazed by them, they talk about, well, you know, I saw this big male lion. And I've become a bit jaded over the years. And then I saw this fellow yesterday. His name is Scarface. He's missing his right eye and his right eyelid. He's been stabbed by a Maasai warrior. He survived that. He survived whatever caused him to lose his eye. He's been darted by vets and stitched together every so often. And he is a tough, enormous, massive, black-maned male lion. The most impressive male lion I've seen by a country mile. We saw him yesterday. He's around here somewhere. With any luck, he'll pop out of the bushes and maybe come and share on this kill. Who knows? Jeandré, there's a starling over there. Do you want... Every time I point at the bird, Jeandré shakes his head because there's so much else going on here. I made him film a rufous-bellied heron as the wildebeest were crossing. He wasn't very pleased with me at all. Hello, Shamel. You say, what an incredible start to the drive. Shamel, yes, absolutely. But I got to tell you, this place, you just turn sideways and something more astounding will assail your eyes. Your senses will be so filled you'll be unable to cope with what you're seeing. And as I've now started to become cliched about, it's a spiritual experience being here. It really is. It's an ancient land. This is where not Homo sapiens, this is where our ancient ancestors first stood on 2 feet and walked across the plains to take advantage of the food that these lions now eat. And you really have to stand on the ground and inhale the air to appreciate the astounding magnificence of it. I'm going to look at that starling, Jeandré. You don't have to. It looks like our Birchall starling, everybody. Now Jeandré has to do it because I've explained it. It looks like our Birchall starling, but it's got a white eye. I don't know what it is. Many of you will be keeping a bird list of the birds that we see here. I'm just going to have a quick see if I can't find what it is. There we go. Gosh, there are about 70,000 starlings that you find here. I'm going to go with sharp-tailed. No, he's not a sharp-tailed. I'll keep looking. I will find him. Anybody else? Hashtag Safari Live, questions at wildearth.tv. If you know what he is, let us know. Could be a narrow-tailed starling, Jeandré. No, it couldn't be. It looks like a Birchall's, absolutely. Unfortunately, it has a white eye. Thank you, Graham. Graham, of course, our resident ornithologist. It is called a Ruppel's long-tailed starling. That's what it is. Ruppel's long-tailed starling. Dead wildebeest. 3 lions. Over to the left, 47 vehicles, and beyond them, about 4,000 wildebeest have just streamed across this river. Nowhere in the Kruger have I ever seen lions kill an animal and then leave it. And that's because they are so full of food. It's not like this for them all year round, only between sort of July and the end of October. And often before the end of October, that's when the migration moves on back into the Serengeti of Tanzania. And Jeandré is now showing us some beefalo. Thank you, Jeandré. It's very kind of you to tear your eyes away from the lions. Oh, goodness. I've got to tell you, being here, you always hear how great this place is, and people go bang on about it. But until you have actually seen it, you can't believe that all the rumours were absolutely true. It is that amazing. Alright, as things settle down here, the lioness is up. Let's see what she's going to do. Probably lie down again. Let's head across to the ultimately elegant antelope, Jamie Patterson. She is stalking the plains of Djuma, Cheetah Plains in Arathusa. Let's find out what she's going to find you this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome on our sunset safari. My name is Jamie and this afternoon I have Dave on camera with me, and all of us set out this afternoon with a feeling that this one's going to be a particularly spectacular drive, so I hope you are all excited. We're coming to you live from Djuma, Arathusa and Cheetah Plains Game Reserve in the Sabie Sands, which is in the Greater Kruger National Park area of South Africa. So a little way away from James, but with equally exciting opportunities. Not only are we live, but we're also interactive, which means you can send through your questions on hashtag Safari Live on Twitter, or please email through to questions@wildearth.tv. Right, without any further ado, the formalities are done, the boxes are ticked. Onwards, let's go and see what we can find. And just by the way, we have the lovely Lou, Rebecca and Jerry in final control. Just to acknowledge the people behind the scenes who are making the all-important decisions and of course feeding your questions through. We are accompanied to their dulcet tones in our ear. We are on the way, Dave and myself, to Cheetah Plains. As I said, we've all got a good feeling about this drive. There's just something about it. There was a very South African phrase going around. There's some good vibes. Some good vibes, guys. That's my South African accent for you. Not that I don't always have a South African accent. That was an exaggerated South African accent. So Dave and myself are heading post-haste as far east as we can go, which is across to Cheetah Plains. And who knows what treats Cheetah Plains holds in store. We could see cheetah, as the name suggests, ostriches, and secretly I'm quite hoping for Thandi, which is a female leopard who has two tiny little leopard cubs that we have yet to see, and I'm really hoping. She's been spending most of her time in Torchwood, but just ahead of us is a dip called the Mulwanini that Thandi loves to frequent. I'm hoping perhaps we might just get a little glimpse of those little fuzzballs as well. And a little birdie told me, actually I'm not going to tell you, I'll let Tayla surprise you with what the little birdie told me. The little birdie in question, his name is Herbert, and he is our fantastic tracker who was out for a considerable period of time this morning searching for all kinds of exciting animals to show you. And speaking of Tayla, I know that she's just dying to say good afternoon to you all, and perhaps she'll share the surprise with you.
Good afternoon, all you wonderful people who are watching Safari Live. My name is Tayla, and on camera with me this afternoon we've got Jeandré, everybody. Give us a little wave. There he is. It is a real person. Right, so I know that Jamie's just said I've got a little surprise for you. Well, I do indeed, and hopefully we're going to get the bird whisper to me and let me know that perhaps the lions have come back across onto our property. So how exciting is that? I'm very excited. So we're slowly making our way there. We're not actually too far away now. We've just got a big maintenance vehicle that we need to challenge. They're very kind. They're pulling off for us this afternoon. Let me just squeeze on by. And we're going to go around them. And I have to say a big thank you to Herbert, everybody, who has spent quite a bit of the day helping us track and find some lions. It's been a few days now, I suppose 2 days since we've seen the Nkahuma Pride. So I can't wait to see them. I've almost forgotten what they look like, sorry. Right. We just need to get in here, everybody, and hopefully it's not too thick for us to venture on through. It's very windy, as I'm sure you can hear, and it's very overcast too and cloudy. Right, while I try and figure out where the lions are, everybody, I think go back to James, who's in the Mara, and see how his exciting afternoon is going. Ambuga.
There, that old lioness, she's a veteran of this area, everyone, and she's tired and she's full, and I think that she's had cubs fairly recently. You see that? I think she's had cubs recently. We're not going to hang around here for long. We can come back here and watch them feed. There's just so much to show you here. So what we're going to do is ooze along to the next crossing point, see if there isn't some action there, and we'll go from crossing point to crossing point, especially while all these vehicles are knocking about over here. And I want to show you on the way just some of the scenes of this place. We'll show you some of the, perhaps the Maasai giraffe and the topi, my new favorite antelope. Well, almost as favourite as the Nyala, and mainly I want to show that to you because Graham Wallington, for some reason, has decreed that I may not show anybody a topi. Hello Natalie, you're wondering if we've seen any cheetah. We haven't, and you know, we've actually only heard of one cheetah. Hello everybody, this is where I live now. Jeandré is just the other side of the camera, obviously, trying to make things as awkward as possible for me. There is a vehicle in front of us. Natalie, a cheetah apparently are found in this area at various stages, but I've got to tell you, we haven't seen much evidence of them, and I'm not really sure why that's the case. I think there's just too much predator activity at the moment because of the migration being in town. And so there hasn't been a huge amount of cheetah activity. So many lions, so many hyenas about the place, and I think maybe the fact that we haven't seen the cheetah is because of that. Now, the lion story, just while we drive along, I want Jeandré to try, or I'm going to ask him nicely, to pan from side to side. It's going to be a little bit jerky, but I'm going to drive as smoothly as possible, just so that you can get a sight of this astounding landscape, as opposed to this astounding minibus going past us. There we are. The lions, when we got here, we were told various things, most of which contradicted everything else we knew about lions, and everything contradicted itself. Look at that. Good grief. We're hoping not to have rain, but those clouds might dump on us a little bit later. What happened was, we have now come to realize that this pride of lions and the lion dynamics here are pretty fluid. And the reason they are fluid is quite possibly because of the migration into this area. We've been following the Pt1 pride, which turns out so far is 5 lionesses, 2 young males. They were dominated for a while by the great male lion Scarface, he of the missing eye, and we managed to see him yesterday. Then, a number, they're the wildebeest that have crossed the river, those are the same ones that came across. One of their number currently residing in the jaws of a lioness. And what was I saying? Oh yes, so the Pt1 pride, Scarface and his brother, whose name is Marana, they were looking after this place. And then 2 blonde males came in from somewhere. We've heard various reports. They came in off the escarpment. They came in from the marsh pride, that they could in fact be related to Scarface. And they've been known as the Marsh Coalition of Male Lions. Well, whether or not that's who they are, we don't know. They came in, Scarface was ousted, they usurped his throne, but strangely Marana stayed in the area. And he has been sort of almost forming a coalition with the usurpers. And interestingly, while we watched the usurpers calling the other night in the presence of one of the Pt1 pride females, he was stumm. He didn't say a word. He didn't roar at all. And so the story of the lions is being unfolding as we've been here. And so we really have arrived at the most perfect time. Now, if that ain't one of the most quintessential African scenes you've ever seen in all your days, I don't know what is. Gosh, it's amazing. And I'm just going to stop here quickly and ask Jeandré to go onto that vulture there. I think it's just a bog standard issue white-backed, everyone, but I'm rather hoping it might be a Rupels. Oh gosh, Jeandré, tell me I haven't lost the binoculars. Oh, this is not good, everyone. Oh, it's okay, I've got them. Oh, goodness. Sure. Let's have a look at the binos. It is a white-backed, I think. Not a Rupels. A Rupels is greyer than that and has a yellow tip to the beak. And, oh, yeah, that's not a Rupels. We don't find the Rupels in southern Africa. You can, apparently, sometimes, but we don't find them at Djuma. Alright, let's carry on from here. Very nice, thank you, Jeandré. Now, also, just across the river there, just across the way from where you're looking, you are looking in the right direction, there are many wildebeest there, probably about 3,000 or 4,000, and some of them seem to be heading down towards the river. So we're going to go down to the crossing there and see what's happening, and hopefully be able to share with you what we saw earlier, this great mass of wildebeest left and right of the road, coming across the Mara River. They picked that crossing because there were no crocodiles there. They swam. It was a very nice swim for them. I think it looked very, very pleasant indeed. But then there was a lion waiting the other side. And unfortunately, one of their number got whacked, as it were. Now, Kappa, I think it is, you want to know if the lions are moving from the Serengeti as well. Let's just quickly look at that Thomson's gazelle there. We haven't done a lot of Thomson's gazelle watching. There, look how pretty they are, snub-nosed. Unfortunately, a wildebeest in the way. There we are. That's a young ram. How cool is that? So cool. Anyway, Kappa, you want to know if the lions move with the wildebeest. Well, one of the reasons that things are so fluid at the moment is that, yes, there are some lions that do move with the wildebeest. Apparently, they get a number of nomads that come along and move with the wildebeest, and that, of course, means that it throws lion dynamics into complete disarray. We've seen two young males very clearly nomadic in this area while we've been here, and we're pretty sure that they've come in on the back end of the herds of wildebeest and zebra that have come into the area. Now, I think we're going to skip this particular crossing that we've just gone past, simply because I don't see any wildebeest massing there, and we've just chatted to one of the guides from Mara, which was where we're staying, and she said she has never seen a wildebeest cross at that particular point. So let's see if we... you see, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to get so distracted. Look at the impala there, Jeandré. Now that's an impala, obviously, you all know that. Look at the size of his horns. That's a fairly small horned one for this area. And they occur in these little groups of 2 or 3 or 4. They're very much not the dominant grazing predators, or at least grazing herbivores here. And the reason for that, of course, is that there isn't any artificial water. Now, we're going to go off to a crossing point, everybody. Let's head across to Tayla, who's got not only lions, she's got elephants.
James, you are correct. I do indeed have some elephants, as you can see, are moving through the thicket, but I also have some lions, as you saw, not too far away. So I'm hoping that these elephants actually move a little bit further west, sorry, and come and disturb these lions. At the moment, I don't think the elephants are aware of the lions, which is a pity, because there are lots of little calves around, and I think the mama elephants would probably come through and chase these lions away, which could prove to be quite entertaining. But I do see some of the Nkahuma females with some of the cubs, and I have spotted one Birmingham so far. But hopefully, with the elephants that we are now looking at, come through, and then we'll see more cats. They're just near a drainage line, unfortunately. So I think that quite a few of them are laying just out of my view. But we've got but we've got a view of some of them. You can see the big Birmingham over there hiding behind some trees. Now he has spotted the elephants, everybody. He was looking across, but he didn't seem too bothered by the elephants being here, but he's keeping a close eye on them. And the females, well, that sort of view shows you that they don't seem to be too bothered at all. I'm sure the lions can definitely hear the elephants. There's one female on the left that is grooming herself, you can see that. And as most of you who have been watching the show for a very long time, you know that this is often a sign that the animals are going to wake up. So I hope that that's the case. Though that lion, there we go, there's one of the little cubs. Hello, one of the older cubs, it seems. Are they also grooming away? Yes. Grooming either a mom or an aunt or older sister. But I can't see any of the teeny fluffy ones just yet. I can only see 3 females, female lionesses. Oh no, I think I can see 4. So I just can't see one of them. We're only missing one female from the Nkahuma pride. And this is the resident pride that we see on Duma Private Game Reserve. And if you've just tuned in, we are on a live safari. We are situated in the Sabie Sands of South Africa. And if you'd like to interact with myself or Jamie, who are driving around down in the northern sector of the Sabie Sands, or if you'd like to interact with James, who's in the Maasai Mara in Kenya, you can either hashtag Safari Live, or you could also email us, questions@wildearth.tv, and we'll happily try and answer as many questions as we can. But now we're watching my favorite thing, flat cats. And I'm not sure which Birmingham this is. I can't get a good view yet. It would be quite nice if it actually was that male that unfortunately had that infestation of maggots. It would be nice to see how he's doing. And possibly why I can only see 4 lionesses is maybe that young female is off with one of the other Birminghams, which we've seen a little bit of separation from the other pride. We suspect that she's coming into estrus. So maybe they've gone off. But have a look how close these elephants are now getting. Come on, Ellies. Show us what you can do, how you can chase lions away. Now, I haven't blocked their view, everyone. So these elephants should be able to see the lions now. I've parked out of their view. I don't want to prevent any interaction. You can see she's munching away. She's actually slowly feeding straight in our direction. And hopefully a few more elephants do the same thing and decide to just move further across to this drainage line where the lions are sleeping. You can actually hear them all rumbling to each other. They're all communicating, these elephants. It's nice and sheltered at the moment. We don't have the howling wind. That's a good spot for an elephant, it's a good spot for a lion. But with us being sheltered, there's not much wind moving through here, and it is concealing the scent of the lions. Let's see what's going to happen next. Now, if these elephants do pick up on these lions, I'm going to have to move back a little bit, because it is quite dense in here, and I don't want to get trapped in a frenzy. But I will also try and keep a good view that all of you can see. No, they don't seem to even know that the lions are here, unfortunately. It would have been really nice. Maybe we get one youngster, one young bull that ventures over that way. Still quite a few of them coming. And remember how we've been seeing, often we see the group of herd coming through, and then we'll see a small satellite party just hanging around at the rear end. And these 2 little ones, I think they're going to play now. Yes. That one's not leaving Mom's side. They're using Mom as a rubbing post now. And everybody's still on the bark. This grass is growing very quickly though. Lots of lovely blades of green grass coming through here. So I suspect in the next couple of days that we're going to see the elephants moving away from eating all this brown, sad vegetation and moving onto the lovely, lush green grass. Now, speaking about there not being too much wind in this area, we're very sheltered by all these trees. Elephants have got very good sense of smell, as do lions. So Scott wants to know, at what distance will the elephants be able to pick up on the scent of the lions? Now I reckon if they're downwind of the lions from a few hundred meters, they would be able to pick up that scent. But the wind is not moving too much. You can see a few leaves rustling away on those guarri trees. But it's not, I don't think, unfortunately, blowing in the elephant's direction. I think the lions are downwind of the ellies, which is good for the lions. You can see how that male is now sat up, just observing. They obviously moved in quite closely. But he's blending in quite well. So I think these lions are on the camouflaged side, and if the elephants were to spot them, I think they'd probably have to rely on their sense of smell. There's lots and lots of trees and thickets that they're hiding behind. Almost looks like that male lion is looking straight at us. He isn't. He's looking at the elephants that are on the other side of my vehicle. Hopefully once these elephants have moved out there, I'll try and reposition the vehicle that we can get a better look at this male and just see if we can identify which one of the Birmingham boys it is. It's actually starting to warm up now. Oh, hello little ones. So Liz has just asked about this Birmingham boy, and she's wondering if it is the one that indeed has the hole in his face with all the maggots. Now Liz, I'm not sure just yet. You can see we are obstructed by all of these branches, and I don't want to move the vehicle just yet because we're surrounded by elephants. So once the elephants have moved out of this area, or if this male gets up and repositions to a closer spot where those females are, then I'll be able to get a better look. So for now, he remains unidentified until we can get a better view of him. And we will. Don't worry, we're not going to go anytime soon. We're going to try and spend a bit of time with this Birmingham and Nkahumas to see what they get up to. And maybe we'll be able to see a hunt. I've got my fingers crossed. I feel like tonight could be the night because there are quite a few clouds up in the sky. So perhaps we're going to have a starless and a moonless sky tonight, which will be a great thing for the lions. You can see the lovely ladies of the Nkahumas seem to have now popped their heads back down and gone back to sleep. Just see two of those older cubs as well, just to the right. Fast asleep, panting quite heavily. I think they've still got full bellies from that buffalo. So something that we chat about quite a bit is the sleeping patterns of lions. Now Raj wants to know, how long do lions sleep for? Raj, forever. This is my honest opinion. It depends on what they've been up to. But on average, a lion can sleep for up to 18 to 20 hours a day. Now, it's not because they are lazy. It's because they need to conserve as much energy as they can in order to potentially try and hunt something. So these two, hunting and sleeping, sort of go side by side. Because if you don't have enough energy to hunt, enough sleep, then how can you get up and take down a big buffalo? And also the fact that these lions are opportunistic feeders. So they will try and catch something at any given opportunity. Oh, there we've got a better view of this male lion's face. And it does not look like it is the male that has a hole in his face. So I wonder where he's gone. There we go, everybody. So it's not who I thought. It's one of the other Birmingham males. So when these lions are just laying here like this, I mean, it doesn't look very hopeful. It looks like they're just going to sleep. But now imagine if it wasn't a herd of elephants that were just catching their attention occasionally. Imagine it was a herd of buffalo or a herd of kudu coming through this thicket. The behavior of these lions would have been completely different. As they're sitting here sleeping, there would have been an opportunity that has arrived for them to potentially try and take down one of these, either a kudu or a buffalo. And that's why I say that they're opportunistic. So sometimes they do just lounge around and conserve energy, and if something comes about, well, then they may try and catch it. They're not very good hunters. They're only successful out of every 10 hunts they possibly catch something about 3 times. So not the most successful hunters. But they do try. Lions are very persistent. And the Nkuhumas have proven to be quite successful. Almost every night that they go out and make an attempt, they've come down with a buffalo or a kudu or something. But since I've been here, they have been snatching up all the buffalo. Whether it's the drought that's weakened the buffalo, and the Nkuhumas have just got lucky, I'm not sure. But it's definitely working. Something is working in their favor at the moment. Those elephants have actually almost completely moved out of this area. I can just see one younger elephant moving through the thicket. I actually don't have a good view of them anymore. And you can see how that male lion now has got quite comfortable. And I think he could possibly go back to sleep again. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to move forward for you so we can get a better view of this male. And just have a close look. I suspect it could be the split lip male. But I'm just going to move the vehicle forward a little bit. Now that the Ellies have moved off. And no action. Is that alright, Eggsy? Or is that one stick in the way? Should we go a little bit further forward? Let's go a little bit further forward. Now you've just got to watch that branch coming to your left. Oh, hang on, we're going very far forward. I found all the other ones. I just don't want to take Jeandré out with all the trees. Hello, I found the teeny tots. Right, let me just attach myself again. Actually, that's quite nice. We can see everybody now. There they are. There are the rest of the Nkuhuma cubs. I was wondering where they are. Possibly just been told to sit away and give mom a break. You know, they're all huddled on that termite mound and in between the guarri trees. That's quite nice, actually. Roll forward, sorry everyone. Here we go, little ones. Wake up now. You can see they're starting to get a little bit active, but that's possibly just because they've realized they've been spotted by us. Oh, there we go. That's very precious, seeing all those little ones bundled on top of each other like that. It's quite funny how all the youngest of the lion cubs have decided to all stick together, and the older ones have sort of had given the nod to say, yes, you can now sleep with the adults. You don't have to be put in the corner where the other ones will stay. Oh, that one's got an itch. What's stinging you? What's biting you, Fluffy? No, nothing anymore. Just a little tickle. Yes, now roll down the termite mound. That'll be a quick way to wake you up. That's good. I think we just got here at the perfect time, everybody. Isn't this amazing? So I've just been sitting quietly, everybody, just taking a moment to appreciate the lion cubs and let them steal the show. Hopefully they're going to... They look like they're waking up quite nicely, don't they? Right, everyone, while we wait for the lion cubs to wake up and irritate Mom, let's go back to the Mara with James.
Right, everybody, it's happening again. This is the second crossing that we've seen today. Look at this streaming wildebeest. We've watched 4 of them already be taken out by the crocodiles. The zebras have got by unscathed. There's been a hippo in here. There have been some behemoth-sized crocodiles, 15 feet, over a ton. And they're still streaming down over the plains, everyone. They're still streaming from the north into the water. This is the Mara River. This is why we came here. This is the greatest story of the migration. This might be the greatest story of natural history on planet Earth. Now, yesterday we were asked where's the best place to be if you want to cross a river, in the middle of the herd, behind or in front. I said I thought in the middle. I'm now taking that back. I think behind's a much better idea because the crocodiles are now tired, they've all caught what they want to eat, and these guys are being crossing completely unhindered. That's not to say that one of these great dinosaurs of the deep is not going to emerge shortly and smash one of them. Goodness, we've seen some stuff today, everyone. I don't even know where to look. I'm going to be absolutely exhausted by the time tonight comes along if it carries on at this rate. Thousands of wildebeest. The last one seemed to be coming down now from the other side. Isn't this amazing? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I'd love to hear how this makes you feel, because to stand here and witness this spectacle firsthand has been utterly profound. It's sights like this that drew so many of us while we were watching documentaries as kids or adults, that drew us to a love of nature, that drew us to a fascination of natural history. And here we stand watching it firsthand and live. Yeah, Darlene in New Hampshire, what a very, very brilliant comment you've made. You've said watching them fills you with the same sense of urgency and fear that they must be feeling as they come across here. The same sense of should we go, shouldn't we go? Absolutely it does. And I got to tell you, it was very sad watching a few of them being pulled under the water by these 15-foot crocodiles. And as Graham said to me one day, he said, you know, a lion hunt is quite difficult to watch sometimes because you want the buffalo or the wildebeest to live, but you're also rooting for the lion. And so it can sort of tear you. Everyone seems to consider the wildebeest, at least the crocodile, the ultimate villain. And so it's always it's an easy decision. You want the wildebeest to kick away from the crocodile. And many of them did. Most of them did. Now what I'm going to do as this last one comes out of the water is just reverse back, and I'm going to try and show you how many of them have come out of the water. We've just got to do this before everyone else moves, otherwise we'll have something of an accident, because there are many, 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 many people here trying to share in this spectacle. Are you right there, Jeandré?
Quite so.
Tell me in one word how you feel. Jeandré feels speechless, everybody. That is a very good state of affairs. I wish we saw crossings more often. Thank you very much, Louise. Louise just said I left my camera on the roof of the vehicle. That's because I'm so excited. Now let's go round and I'm going to show you the glistening wildebeest as they move on to the plains where they'll graze in safety, hopefully for the rest of the night. But, of course, they may well have the attentions of the lions or the hyenas, the great clans of hyenas of the Mara Triangle. Huge clans of 40 or 50 animals quite often. And we'll just get a long-range view initially. Jeandré, tell me if you've got a picture you'd like to show anyone. Jeandré would like to bank this. That is Jeandré parlance for this looks like I could take a pretty picture. And as usual, Jeandré is not incorrect. That is a pretty picture indeed. Is it not? There are too many pretty pictures here, everybody. It's very difficult to know which pretty picture to take a picture of, much of the time. Gosh, how wonderful. This camera is basically on fire. Look at that lone tree sitting there in the plain. This is precious, people. This is precious, precious time we have here. Yeah, James Richard, you say thank you for panning around. The landscape is almost breathtakingly beautiful. Yeah, I've got to tell you, there's a little bit of water welling in the base of my eyes as I see what we're seeing here. Whew. There are, like I say, quite a few safari vehicles around, so that's what you're hearing going past you. Oh. Right, Jeandré, we'll move now. I think let's the traffic die down a little, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, come on everyone. Let's move on slowly. No one can really understand why we've stopped in this position. Why on earth would we stop to have a look at all those things streaming across the plains? Jeandré, I know it's not particularly wilderness, but just give an idea to everybody of the number of people here. It looks like a lot, but it's only because the action is concentrated. So there are probably far fewer vehicles in this area than there are in a place like the Sabie Sands. But because the action is concentrated over these crossings, sometimes it can seem like there are quite a few. But the landscape is beyond speech. Alright, we're going to try and find you another great vista, perhaps some more action. While we do that, let's head across to Jamil Patterson and find out how her little skin Boki is doing.
Our little steenbokkie has been waiting with incredible, almost unusual patience for a steenbok, and has since moved off a little bit behind the trees, but nevertheless I really wanted to show you them because it's a mother and her little lamb who's only just started to grow his horns. Where's he gone, Dave? I've lost him now. I know, he was right. Oh, there he is. No, that's it. No, that's his steenbok. And this is about as small a steenbok lamb as you are likely to see, unless we get really lucky on these live safaris, because they spend most of their first few weeks of life being very hidden away in dense vegetation. I can only imagine, I've never seen a particularly young baby steenbok, but I can only imagine that they are utterly adorable, because the steenbok is one of the smallest of the antelope species that we get. This little chap is obviously still young enough to be hanging out with Mom, still spending time with her, foraging with her, following behind her. He is about, roughly, I would say about 3/4 of her height and about half her weight. He's probably only just over about, I could guess, let's say maybe 12, 14 kilograms. A tiny little antelope. He's just starting to grow his horns, and while we were sitting here with him, waiting for a chance to show him to you, he actually gave us a perfect demonstration of a unique steenbok behavior. None of our other antelope do it as regularly as they do, which is to stop and dig a hole, and then urinate and defecate into the hole, and then cover it up again. And the fascinating thing about that, of course, is that nobody really knows why they do it. Kind of like cats in a litter box. Very unusual. Some people argue it's to keep the scent. Oh, oops. Someone got a fright there for a second. How nimble was that? That was amazing. Well done, Dave. Little hop, skip and a jump from our baby boy. Oh, another one. A little bit panicky, I think. He's got a bit separated from Mom. But But yes, nobody knows why steenbok bury their dung. Some say it is to extend the life of the scent because they are monogamous and they are territorial, so they do mark territories. Others say it is so that they can actually hide their scent because they're small, shy little antelope that prefer not to be seen. We've almost made our way to the open area of Cheetah Plains, and unfortunately it's starting to seem like a little bit of a bad idea. And it's because out of nowhere, this wind has sprung up. I'm going to go forward a bit because the steenbok are actually playing, which we really don't get to see. And is definitely going to mean that a lot of the animals are avoiding, it's impossible, avoiding the open area where it's gusting and a little bit uncomfortable for them. Let's try going backwards, maybe that will work. They were playing with each other, which I've never ever seen before. No, I can't. I can sort of see them. Oh, the joys of live wildlife filming. Hey, Dave. I can't see them at all now. I know where they are, but there just is no way I can get you a view. There's a sort of a view. I don't know if that's going to work. Can you see it there, Dave? Underneath the fallen tree at the back. That narrows it down, doesn't it? The fallen tree at the back. I think we're a little bit too far left. I think. Right. Well, since our steenbok have disappeared pretty much completely, let's jump back on board with Tayla and see what those adorable little bundles of fluff are up to.
Our bundles of fluff, everybody, are hiding away some trees. So I just wanted to come back to our big Birmingham over here. And I must say thank you so much to the viewers for sending through some ID kits of the Birmingham boys. They are coming in very handy. And then I've managed to identify that this is Birmingham boy number 3, because he has a notch out of his right ear. You can't see it now because he's laying down on it. Sort of like a half moon shape, I suppose you could call it. Now he's flopped back down. And I can't remember if this was the Birmingham that was showing so much interest in the female, that young female lioness a few mornings ago. But I suspect it was the one with the split lip that was on that kill. This one seems very placid. But let's see if we can get a better view of these cubs now. But you can see they've moved slightly. So we don't have as great of a view anymore. But that's good. It's because they've moved closer and closer to mom. And hopefully, and normally what they will do, is once they start to wake up, he's going to do an attempted yawn. They're going to go up and perhaps harass mom for a little drink. But they look like they're now, yes, someone maybe heard me. That's the idea, everybody, and that's what we're all hoping for. But the lionesses are still fast asleep. You can see this one has gone straight back into dreamland. Just a little tail swirling. And have a look, and you see how that black tip on this lion's tail is just starting to develop. Now normally at around 5 months old, that fluffy hair will be quite prominent on the tail. They aren't born with that black hair on the tip, everybody. That's another way that you can try and guess the age of a lion. Fast asleep. Maybe we should see if we can reposition. I think I'm going to try and move the vehicle forward, everybody. Just a little bit. And hopefully we'll be able to get a better view of these lions. It's quite thick here though. But I suspect we could get a gap. Eggsy, how's that? Good. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh, here we go. We've actually got one of the females who's just stood up, just to the right. You can just see her there through the thicket. I'm going to roll a little bit further. Hang on, I'm going to go a bit further forward, everybody. Just an inch. Just so that there's a nice little gap there, I think. Now, Jeandré you can see mom's popped her leg straight up. And now the little cubs are coming to have a drink. Now they're going to fight over the best teat to see which one has got more milk. We are live, everybody. I'd love to hear from you how amazing you think this is, or if you have any questions for me. And you're welcome to either hashtag Safari Live on Twitter, or you can send us an email, questions@wildearth.tv. And I look forward to trying to answer some of your questions. Remember, there's no such thing as stupid questions either, so ask away. Everybody has to learn as we go on. Here we go. This one's also coming through. There we go. Yeah, Mom's going to have to raise her leg a little bit as she's just done. Now they're fighting. Oh no, Mom's not having any of that. Look at her. Be gentle. No. Maybe that's not even her cub. Now they will allo-suckle. So when I say allo-suckle, it means that a number of different cubs from the pride, it doesn't necessarily have to be this females, will come through and suckle off any of the females. They do, however, show preference to their own cubs. But when you get a big cat piling onto one female, which I have seen every now and then, it's quite entertaining, and I think Mom can't differentiate between who's hers and whose isn't. That one is given up and is moving off. Mom doesn't look very impressed though. So I think they're going to the next female to try and harass her and see if they can get something to drink. You can see the other one coming back again to try its luck. Now, Nathan wants to know how old these cubs are. I have the ages here in my book. I just want to confirm and give you proper exact dates. Where is my lion page? It's very important to keep a notebook with you, everybody. Even if you're just watching the show, it's quite interesting to try and learn. And I think it's almost impossible to try and get your brain to remember everything. So the oldest set of cubs that we saw earlier when we first found them kahumas, they were born in May. So they're almost 5 months old now. And then the second set of cubs, so the second oldest ones, the ones we were just looking at now that were fighting to suckle, they're a little bit older. They were born a month later. Almost exactly a month later, I believe. But they're about 4 months old. And then the last tiny tots, who are known as the teddy bears, they were born in July. So they're not too old. They're probably coming up on 3 months very soon. There we go. Trying to show Mom some affection. I love you very much. I'll give you cuddles and kisses if you can give me some milk, please. Mom is still not having any of it, though. And this set over here, the one... Listen, can you hear? I'm going to sit very quietly. I want you to see if you can hear this cub is crying. Sort of complaining for milk. So come back, do that again. Oh, I think it could have been a little bit too far away from you. And that's what's going to happen now, is Mom's going to slowly start weaning cubs off of their milk. Usually they're fully weaned at 6 months. However, if they are very young cubs in the pride, well, then the older ones are still going to try and come through and sneak a suckle. It's the same thing with elephants. You often see the older calves doing the same thing. When Mom is not concentrating and looking the other way, we'll quickly come in and try and have a quick drink. Just got to quickly handle a sighting. Right, I think I'm going to get hold of a few of the guides that would like to come and have a look at the lions. And while I do this, I think Jamie's got some wildebeest for you.
Wait for it, wait for it. Have I got news for you? Ah, crickets. Like talking about James a couple of weeks ago was talking about crickets being played by the final control ladies. Anyway, moving on swiftly from my terrible joke, we have also got some wildebeest, and they might not be in the great numbers of the Mara wildebeest, but we do have a lovely collection of blue wildebeest enjoying the green flush that has spread across the great open areas of Cheetah Plains. Isn't this a sight for sore eyes? Just imagine what these plains are going to look like in a week or two. When the grass is slightly longer, we're going to have animals galore. We won't know what to do with ourselves. It's going to be amazing. There's probably a herd of about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 wildebeest, all spread out. And my dire predictions about the gusting wind keeping the animals away from the open areas have proved to be entirely false. And we've got this lovely collection there. Look at the little wildebeest on the left there. Can you believe that that little chap, or lady, can't see from here, was the same age as the ones that we got to see being born just a few months ago? And for our newer viewers, we were fortunate enough, and we have been fortunate enough in years past, to witness wildebeests giving birth live. And that in fact is how Willem, one of our cameramen, got his nickname the wildebeest. He was filming the first live wildebeest birth. Just imagine what that's like. I can speak from experience now and tell you that it's quite an emotional experience somehow. Watching the females and their incredible little babies being born and stumbling to their feet, and then following them for the next few weeks as they start to grow those tiny spiky horns. And now look at them, they're almost, not quite, but almost indistinguishable from the adults. Horns are still a little bit upward facing, but other than that, nearly fully grown. Isn't this a stunning scene? Most of these wildebeests are female and can be a little bit tricky to tell the difference between a male and a female. The females, generally their horns aren't quite as broad as the tips of their ears before they curl up, if that makes any sense. So the male wildebeest horns will stick out slightly past their ears. The females also generally have a slightly brown patch on their face. See there? You look closely, you might have got to see it between, sort of on the forehead of a female wildebeest is a bit lighter in colour than that of a male. And then there's the obvious way, which isn't always all that obvious. Can be a little bit tricky. I'm looking for a nice male so I can contrast, perhaps normal Norman, who lives at Cheetah Plains Pan. Snuffling away. Imagine how happy they are. After the months that we've had of just dried, tasteless grass, to have these fresh green shoots must be such a pleasure for them. There is also a part of me hoping that perhaps there's a cheetah lurking somewhere in the bushes. The joyous thing about today in particular is that for some reason my radio comms have gone a little bit crackly. I think it sounded like Lou said cray-cray. It might also have been KK. Somebody commented about the fact that there looks like there's KK. It is KK. KK. KK commented that there looks like there's lots of green shoots springing up, and absolutely there are. We've just got to hope now that these rains that we've had haven't come too early and we're not in for another, because that's exactly what they did last year. They came a little bit early and then stopped completely, and we had the driest summer on record for a very, very long time. But KK, it is wonderful to see the green shoots popping up, and I'm sure the animals are exceptionally grateful. And apparently it's going to rain again. What day is it today? Friday. It's meant to rain on Sunday, I believe. Well, there's a good chance of it raining on Sunday. Look at all the little ones gathering together there, following behind one of the females. I enjoy watching wildebeest. I find them highly entertaining. Every now and again they get it into their heads to have a fun game and chase each other around. This is a breeding herd, clearly, with the little ones and the females, and what they will do is they will rotate around the territories of the males, so the breeding herds are not particularly territorial. Okay. Well, as our wildebeest disappear, let's go and see what's happening out in a different part of the African bush.
There is one wildebeest, everybody, but it is not alone. It seems to be an extremely brave, extremely stupid, or extremely cross wildebeest. It is sitting there staring down the greater population of crocodiles of the Mara Triangle. They are staring at it, it is staring at them. There is, as they say, a Mexican standoff going on here. Whether that wildebeest wishes to come this side, whether he is trying to intimidate them with his nice white beard or curved horns, one cannot say. But what we can say is that this situation is odd. He is lying there on the beach, all alone, staring at, what, 25 crocodiles over there? It's not quite 25, but it's quite a few of them. Now, Jason, while we watch this standoff taking place, you say, what other dangers do the animals face in the river other than crocodiles? It's largely crocodiles, Jason. Animals are very good swimmers. I suppose if the river was in true flood, then that would be a danger. They might drown. I suppose sometimes hippos can get irritated enough to hurt them. And I suppose also that it is possible, let me move that out of the way. I suppose also, Jason, early on in the season, the wildebeest cross at very steep banks like the one that this crocodile is sitting beneath. And those steep banks create broken legs and maimed backs and all sorts of horrible effects on the wildebeest as they come across the Mara River when they come into the area for the first time around the end of July. Anyway, we just wanted to show you that one wildebeest strangely staring at all of those crocodiles. Why on earth he'd be doing that, no one can tell. Well, Dorothy, you say it seems that the wildebeest couldn't possibly be that hungry. Why do they continue to kill? Why is it that they must keep killing? Dorothy, you also want to know how often they eat. With the reptiles specifically, Dorothy, sorry, it's the crocodiles, not the wildebeest, thank you, Louise. With reptiles like crocodiles, remember they're cold-blooded or poikilothermic, which means that their metabolisms are generally pretty slow. They don't have to generate body heat to stay warm via their metabolism. They must generate body heat through the sun. And what that means, Dorothy, is that they can eat, or they must eat as much as they can when they can, but in times when things are a bit lean, they just kind of slow their metabolisms down. They move into the water a bit when they're too hot, and they move out of the water when they're too cool, and they can go for up to 2 years, like I say, without eating, especially the big crocodiles in this area. But as with most of the predators out here, they are programmed basically to kill. If an opportunity to take a meal arises, they'll take it, almost always. It's the same with the cats. Peter Braat, our special lion tracker-in-chief, he's just watched the Kitchwatembo Pride, who we hoped were going to hunt tonight. They've actually already killed a wildebeest. Hopefully they'll do the same again a bit later on, but they've killed the wildebeest and they're lying around, they're not eating it. It's because there's so much to eat here, and they probably didn't have to kill. I thought they were quite hungry last night, but they're not desperately hungry. Those lionesses we watched at the very opening of the show, they were all full, and yet she just came and she obviously saw them coming across the river. She came in, she thought, oh, I'll give this a go, and she caught one of them, killed it, not very hungry, and so they're just not eating. And so they're programmed to kill, and as I said, very ineloquently, because I was so deeply excited, it's like a house cat. If you roll a ball in front of a house cat, it's going to chase it and pounce on it. It's the same thing with the predators out here. They're programmed to catch things to eat, and even when they're hungry, they're going to do it from time to time when the opportunity arises, because that's just what they're programmed to do. But for these crocs, when the wildebeest and the zebra and the Thompson's gazelles and the eland are not here, they don't eat nearly what they're eating now, and the same goes for the lions. Well, James, Richard, and many other viewers, you have all come to the conclusion that this wildebeest is probably injured and that's why he's not moving away. I think it's quite possible. He may well have been injured by these crocodiles in the water, managed to get out to where he is now, and maybe he's sitting there in a state of injury. That is entirely possible, guys. We just think it's quite an amusing sort of standoff that's going on here. Let's try and see. I'll get my binoculars out and see if I can't perhaps see. There are some hippo floundering around over there. He doesn't look to be injured. He might just be chewing the cud. He may have just been too nervous to cross earlier, and that's entirely possible. I'll tell you why I don't think he's injured, and I don't think that he went into the water there and came out, unless he went into the water around where we are now and floated around there, because the current here is quite strong for them. They do tend to move a little bit with the current. I think that he wouldn't have gone in there and then sort of come out again. Maybe he went in somewhere around here, got caught or got scared and came out and then lay down to chew the cud where he is now. Now those crocs took a few steps closer towards him, and they might be thinking about trying to press home an advantage, but they won't hunt on the earth unless they're very sure that he's injured. Simon, you want to know, if we were to try and swim across this river, what would the odds of survival be? Simon, I would say the odds of survival of swimming across this river right now, with all the crocs on the bank, 50-50. With all of them in the water, I'd give you a 1 in 30 chance of getting across the river unscathed. They move very fast, they move very stealthily, and most of the time when they're in the water, you can't even see that they're there. Gosh, what an afternoon we're having. The clouds are massing slightly off to the north there. We may well have some rain later on, but we're semi-equipped for it, in that we have one bright red umbrella to stick up to protect Graham and Jeandré. Mercifully, we had very little rain yesterday. And so, although we were very well prepared, we didn't have too much rain. Right, Tayla has got a little version of what we're hoping to see later this evening.
And this little lion over here has gone back to sleep. But we've got one, if you look a little bit to the right, is actually biting on the tree, and one of the teddy bear cubs, there we go, you can see it, starting to wake up now. Oh, got something in between my padding. Going to bite and try and lick it out. You can see there's a little bit of something strange on his top right eye. Can you see that? I don't know if it's developing a skin condition or something along those lines. You can see there a little bit of hair missing, but it's been quite itchy as well. It hasn't really stopped licking and scratching itself, but I don't think it's anything too serious or anything to worry about. Look at this. Oh, these are gonna make for amazing screenshots, everybody. Oh wow, isn't that amazing? Now you can see look at the little claws coming out as well. Now normally you don't get to see a lion's claws unless it's either sharpening them on a tree or perhaps holding onto the hide of a buffalo. And the reason for that is they need to keep them nice and sharp. So they retract them and they keep them hidden away. Unlike something like a cheetah and wild dogs and hyenas, which actually have their claws out all the time. And the reason that they have their claws out all the time is that they need to use them to try and help them sort of for traction when they're running around. So that's quite important. But for a lion, they don't need it. Isn't that amazing? What a beautiful shot, everybody. I hope I'm going to see lots of screen grabs a little bit later. This one's actually woken up and got a bit of a personality now. And there's one cub running around on the right that is terribly upset with all the females as none of them want to let it suckle. And it's just been going from one lioness to another and letting out distress calls saying, please give me some milk. There we go, going to try again. Now, when you watch these little ones move around and as they try to suckle, you'll see they don't always stay on one teat for very long. They are often fighting as to who is going to get the best one. And Lisa from New York wants to know, do each of the mother's mammary glands produce the same amount of milk? Now, it's the same with humans. I think one will produce a little bit more, and also if the cubs are constantly suckling on the same teat, I think they're going to drink all that milk. So no, I think at various times, at various stages, there's different amounts of milk in the mom's teats. And you can see this female is not having any of it. She does not want this cub at all to suckle, and she's been quite persistent. She said from the get-go, since we got here, no, I'm not interested in you suckling. There we go, you see? Now dive straight in and almost laying on top of that other cub, as to say, move off, give me the best teat. There we go, kneading and trying to... Obviously that teat didn't have very much milk because it didn't suckle for very long. We can try again. Oh, not very happy, this cub. There's another cub on the other side. I don't know if you can see in the bottom left. Going to wake them up. So something that we're asked quite frequently, and something we look out for is, and so obviously we've got cubs of various ages here, and with the oldest set of cubs almost reaching 5 months now, they're soon going to start to be weaned, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens. Sorry, I'm struggling to hear the name of the viewer who's asking. Debbie! Sorry, Debbie from Vancouver. I kept giving the last few letters of your name cut off. So Debbie wants to know, with the older cubs that are going to be weaned soon, are the little ones, the youngest, the teddy bear cubs, going to be shortchanged and possibly sort of been weaned earlier? Now, I don't think that this is the case. I think the adult lionesses are going to show a little bit of animosity towards the older cubs and sort of try and prevent them from suckling. But if you have a sleeping lioness and she's out for the count, she's not going to know the difference of whether it's an older or a younger cub. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that they can sneak a suckle. But if mom realizes what's going on, she's obviously going to reprimand the older cubs. So the mom of the youngest cubs is going to continue producing milk, and the other females will hopefully be a little bit more reluctant to letting them all allo-suckle, and then they should stop producing milk. As you can see, this little one is hungry, even though it's got a full belly. But the females just want a break. Well, this female just wants a break. Possibly she's maybe the oldest of the mother of the oldest cubs, and she's sort of sick of it now and getting to the point where she is going to start weaning them. The other females seem to be quite tolerant. But the older they get, the greedier they get too. They want more and more and more. Now, something that we're all hoping is going to happen this evening is we hope that the Nkuhumas and this one Birmingham are going to go off and look for something to eat, something like a buffalo. And unfortunately, these cubs are still quite young to join on the hunts. And Jason wants to know how long before these lions will start participating in the hunts. So Jason, from about 1.5 years, these lions will start going out on the hunts, but not necessarily doing anything. They're going to be told to just stand on the outskirts and watch from the distance, just to learn to see how they do hunt, the different techniques that they're using, the way that they fan out, And by the time that they reach about 2 years old, they're going to be actively involved in the hunting, but unfortunately they're also going to ruin a lot of hunts before the adult lionesses and the males, because they get too excited and they tend to jump up ahead before they should. So it's a long learning curve. So it'll take them a few years to sort of get that technique right. But as soon as the adults have brought an animal down onto the ground, the youngsters will race on in and try and grab hold of any part of the buffalo or whatever the lions may have taken down and sort of bite away. Might even see them going towards the jugular and the snout of the animal and attempting to suffocate it, though I don't think they'd be very effective at that age. Now everybody, we're not going to be able to stay with these lions for too much longer. There are lots of people that would like to come and see them. So we're going to head to Jamie, who's got a dwarf mongoose, everybody.
From the biggest mammalian predator to the smallest, actually, we've got a trio of dwarf mongooses sheltering from the wind in their little termite mound burrow, giving us a lovely opportunity to just watch them going about their afternoon grooming session. Although the one on the right is thoroughly determined that we shall not see his face, just in case people start to recognize him on the street. Come on, little one. You can poke your heads out. What's fascinating about this, I'm not sure if it's a small family or if they've just become split up, but there's only 3 of them. Usually when we sit at a dwarf mongoose family, we see quite a few of them barreling about. They are social creatures. They live in small family groups. There's usually about between 8 and 10 individuals. In this case, I only see 3. It could be a start-up dwarf mongoose family. That does occasionally happen. Dwarf mongoose in search of mating opportunity, because of course only the alpha male and female in a dwarf mongoose group will be able to mate. So young females and males occasionally go off in search of greener pastures and better prospects, rather than just being babysitters their whole lives. And they will unite with other dispersal dwarf mongoose, whether they be males or females, and form their own little families. And of course, a bit of mutual allo grooming is essential in maintaining those boundaries. Cute, man. I wonder if the one on the left feels left out. Do you think it does, Dave? I think so. There's an expression on its face as if to say, this is what I have to put up with all of the time. I love watching the way that they move. This one's got a very itchy tail. As they bounce about their termite mound homes with incredible grace and skill. And yesterday evening, if you missed our... That's a boy, by the way. The one that was just scratching the back of his neck. Not often that we get to tell you that with dwarf mongoose. It can be very difficult to tell. But that is most definitely a boy. Yesterday evening, on the sunset safari, just towards the end, I experienced my first ever flat mongoose sighting with a white-tailed mongoose that went and lay down right next to the or quite close to the vehicle, and then proceeded to just lie there. It's the longest I have ever spent with a white-tailed mongoose in my life. Look at this little one contact calling. There must be more hidden somewhere. It's calling to the rest of them. I'm not sure if you can hear it because of the wind, but it's going beep. They've got a wide variety of different calls and different vocalizations. This is awesome because it really sounds like a bird call. Tick, 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 tick. Tick. Contact calling to some of the others. Now, Arthur, you want to know how often the male will do a perimeter check. Now, there's, just by the way, this could well be the alpha male. The fact that he's contact calling to other mongoose, there's a chance because the alpha male often takes on the role of the guardian of the rest of the group. Arthur, it's actually not just the alpha male's responsibility. All of the dwarf mongoose will scent mark, including anal pasting, particularly around their den sites or their burrow sites, because they've got lots of different ones. throughout their territory. So the whole group takes responsibility, and it's not so much that they patrol in the same way our leopards or our lions or perhaps cheetah do. They actually will just mark as they go around the different burrow sites and as they go foraging. And as I said, everybody takes responsibility. Sometimes they get all very excited and very caught up in it. And one will go and anal paste a blade of grass, and then the next one will go along and anal paste on top of that. So it's quite a smelly thing that they do. Checking to see all was okay before the little dwarf mongoose found his spot to settle in. It's the male again. So far has been the most active and is clearly staring out. I wonder whether this isn't the alpha male. I think so. Joined by a second dwarf mongoose. Karen, welcome. I'm so glad we could share this amazing little dwarf mongoose with you. You wanted to know how many different types of dwarf mongoose we get out here. There's lots. Where we are at the moment, there are about 4 that we see. Only 3 of them that we see regularly. One is the dwarf mongoose, the other is the slender mongoose, and the white-tailed mongoose. We also get banded mongoose, but we hardly ever get to see them. And I have heard reports of Miller's mongoose, which is something that I've never seen in this area, but a Miller's mongoose, as well as a water mongoose. So that's actually 6 that we could see, but 4 that we're most likely to see. Throughout South Africa and throughout Africa, there are lots and lots of different species of mongoose. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how many. There's the grey mongoose, the Egyptian mongoose, the yellow mongoose. A meerkat is essentially a mongoose, but we won't include it. Now I've forgotten all the rest of them. Slender, dwarf, Miller's, water. There's lots. Let's say over 10 different species of mongoose that we get throughout Africa. Actually, I'm quite curious to know which ones they have in Kenya. Now that I think about it, I'll have to ask our Mara expert when he returns home once again. Probably won't be the first question I ask him, I imagine. But I'll definitely try and find out. These little mongoose are actually upset. I can hear them still squeaking away. They've gone off looking for the rest of the group. They've lost them. That's why there's only 3 of them. They've lost track of the rest of their group. Off he goes. Buzz, 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 buzz. Look at how fast it went. Oh, so quick. Wonder where the rest of the group is. We were fortunate enough to witness an amazing sighting with dwarf mongoose a couple of months ago on one of these sunset safaris, where the mongoose were moving their babies from one hole to another as a result of an invasion by a very large snake. And now? Panic! Oh yeah, they all come bounding back. I think all of the... Oh, here we go. They're all coming. Here they come, they're coming this side. I just saw about... There we go. Oh, there we go. Yay! And here comes another one. Whee! And another one. And here come 2 more little latecomers. Oh, 3 more latecomers. Bolts. Come on. Yay! Reunited. Here comes the last one. Barreling up. Oh no, I was wrong. It wasn't the last one. Okay, so that was about 10 mongoose that just came dashing out of the bushes. Aww. Reunited once again. All safe and sound. I wonder what happened to get them split up, if they just were too focused. Oh, whoa, latecomer! Watching them out of the corner of my eye. The latecomer didn't make it all the way up the turbine mound. I wonder, maybe there was a predator? I did see an African hawk eagle not too long ago when I first stopped for these mongoose. Perhaps that was what had them so scattered. Or if it was just that they got engrossed in their feeding and didn't managed to keep track of the rest of the members of the group. That was awesome. Reunited once again. I wish in a way we could spend more time with these little guys. Oh, bye. And just get a really good grasp of their dynamics. Right. We'll leave our little dwarf mongoose now that they are reunited and crisis is averted. In the meantime, I'll have to wait to ask James about the mongoose of Kenya, but let's go and have a look at what other creatures he has.
Now, one of the great crossings, everybody, of this area are the Tommies, and that's what we're looking at now. There's a tiny little Tommy there, and that little Tommy is going to have to cross with its parents and cousins and sisters and aunts if they decide that that is what they're going to do. We might have to move shortly, just in case they go down to a beach further along from here where the gormless crocodile lives. But Jeandré, I don't know if you can see floating in the water there. Oh, there's a crocodile right there that they've just spotted. Gosh, it must be so deeply exhausting to be thinking about trying to cross this river all the time and worrying about the crocodiles and worrying about the hippos and worrying about being flushed away by the water. These Tommies are small, you know, they're smaller than an impala, for example. And there are crocs in here. There are absolutely crocs in the water. And look at this one Jeandré is going to show you now. And that little crocodile, well, he's quite little, he's probably about 6.5 to 7 feet long. He'd very happily sup on a Thompson's gazelle. Not sure these chaps are going to try and cross, but they might. It's worth sitting here and having a little watch. We are live from the Mara Triangle, just to let you know. We've had an astounding afternoon. 2 wildebeest and zebra crossings, one with innumerable crocodile kills, the other with 1 lion kill at the end of it, and that's what we opened the show with. And now we're going to see if the Thompson's gazelle want to come across the river. We've also been spending some time here trying to figure out how it is that these animals operate. How is it that what is the movement? Is there some kind of predictability behind it? And I'll share with you my thoughts. Mike, in Michigan, before I share my thoughts on why it is I think the wildebeest, or how we can perhaps predict what they do, you say, why, when it seems that there's green grass on both sides of the river, do they run this gauntlet? Do they play this Russian roulette? Here's one in the water now. And they're all going. This is our first Thompson's gazelle sighting. Look at the crocodile coming after them. Oh my goodness. Crocodile smashed. Absolutely smashed. Not a chance. Why would they take this risk, Mike? I don't know why they would. It seems completely ridiculous. Here comes another one. Here comes a 6-foot crocodile that I thought was going to have a go at them. It's coming up just behind this bush here, Jeandré. It's going to intercept probably the middle of the herd. Gosh, that was unbelievable. Half of them turned around and decided to go back again. There, look at this crocodile coming in now. Look how fast he's moving. No chance at all these guys have got. Why would they cross? I know this might be difficult for some of you. This is truly incredible. What's the other side there, Jeandré? There's a crocodile there, and there seems to be a conflagration under the water. Oof, oh shame. They're just terrified, poor things. They're absolutely terrified. They're Heart rates must be absolutely pounding. Just look over here, Jeandré, just over the top of my head there, on the bank. They don't know how they're going to get up now. I feel very sorry for them. They're so little. They're smaller than impala. Just bigger than sort of duiker sized. Good grief, I can't believe what we're seeing today. David, oh, here they come again, Jeandré, other side. They're coming back into the river. David, you want to know, and you're in Napa, and it's how wonderful to hear from you all the way from California. You want to know how many species participate in the migration. David, the main participants are the wildebeest, the zebra, the Thompson's gazelle, the eland. Some topi join it, some don't, some stay resident, but those are the main 5. And then you get a couple of tag-alongs, like some of the nomadic lions will move with the migration, but largely it's those 5. I don't think we've even shown you an eland yet. But the elephants will stay resident, most of the topi will stay resident, some wildebeest, some zebra stay resident, the oribi, the Grant's gazelles, and they stay resident. Baby? Sorry, I can't see it. Oh, well spotted. There it is, tiny little thing. Oh, well done, you clever little thing. But really, why did you take the risk? Make a noise. Your mum will come and get you. Unless your mum was swallowed by a crocodile. I'm just going to try and take a picture. Shame. Well done, well done. You clever, clever little thing. Oh, look, he's just sitting so close to that other car. Oh, now he's looking for the rest of the herd, everyone. I'm sure he'll find the rest of the herd. I hope he does. He's gone. He's just over there. We can't see him now. There's a car in the way. This is an unbelievable afternoon. Jeandré has gone pale. He does alternately red and palely pasty white as his heart rate changes from 200 beats per minute back down to its normal sort of 60 or so. I don't know what to say. There's even some more going on here. What have you got there? And there seem to be some others. Oh, there's a croc popped up there. Oh, yes. James Richard, you say you cannot get over the rush of watching these things cross. James Richard, nor can I. I think this is absolutely incredible, and of course many of you have watched now a wildebeest crossing. You saw how difficult it was for the crocodiles to catch the wildebeest and the zebra. You saw here how they were just waiting. As soon as the Thompsons went into the water, they blasted in there like, well, they were almost like sort of slightly subsurface speedboats. And they didn't hesitate. And there wasn't a Thompson's gazelle that got through this that was attacked by a crocodile. In other words, every single attack that was attempted followed through. Good grief. We are live, everyone, just to remind you of this. Live from the Mara Triangle, watching a Thompson's gazelle crossing. Tasha Michelle, you say, dang, how fast are those crocodiles? Well, they're very fast, Tasha Michelle. How fast exactly? I don't know. I've heard they can move on land up to about 40 kilometers an hour. That's faster than Usain Bolt, who runs at roughly 38 kilometers an hour if you average him out over 100 meters. I think that sounds a bit fast on land, but they've, over a very short distance, they're very quick. But in water, much, much faster than any human swimmer, any animal swimmer there is, other than perhaps a dolphin or a whale or, well, fish, obviously. But no mammal will be able to outrun them. I'm not sure, I couldn't give you an exact speed in knots or miles per hour. But it's very quick. You saw that bow wave that rose out of that crocodile as he leapt into the water, his tail swishing from side to side, driving him forward. Woof. Well, I'm just looking out behind us to see if I can see the little gazelle, but that gazelle seems to be okay. I think he's made it off. Perhaps he's joined the rest of his herd. I hope he has. Ooh, look, Jeandré, croc there. Oh, good grief. Am I right? Just everywhere you look here, something is going on. So I guess a Thompson's gazelle almost small enough for a croc to be able... Oh, that croc's chasing each other now. Look at them, having a fight there. This is unbelievable, as Louise says. It's just, we don't know where to look. If you look to the left, you'll miss something on the right. It is amazing, though, the effect that water has. Water, obviously, it may sound like a stupid statement, but water, a driving force. Of course, the little croc has now got a piece of Tommy there. Here we are. Water, the driving force of any ecosystem. But when you've got a river like this, it really is the center of every single piece of action. I think if you were to come back here, though, remember this in January and February when all the wildebeest are calving on the southern plains of the Serengeti, then, however, I think things would be a lot quieter here. There'd still be beautiful, there'd still be plenty of elephant and buffalo to see here, there'd be plenty of warthog and impala, the odd resident wildebeest and zebra, but you wouldn't get these great crossings, and of course all the predators are resident, bar the odd nomad. But this time of the year, it's no wonder it's one of the most popular wildlife destinations on planet Earth. Oof. Hello, M. Spicer. You say, are the gazelles easier to catch, or are they just a sort of preferred meal for the crocodiles? Do they just like to catch them, or do they taste better, perhaps? No, they're definitely easier to catch, and there's a very simple reason for that. They're half the size. They're a quarter the size of a wildebeest. I mean, they're minute things. I'll give you the exact mass, but I think they probably weigh about 30 kilograms each, which is about 66 pounds. So they really are not very big in the slightest. I'll just confirm that for you exactly, but I think if I remember my studying that I did before I came here, that is correct. Yeah, a female up to 25 kilos, a male up to 35 kilos, so yeah, round about, actually even less than 66 pounds, probably between 40 and 50 pounds. Really quite something. We have had some luck today, everyone. And just a summary, I mean, we came here, this is the story we came to tell. We came to tell the story of the wildies and the zebras and the tommies coming across the river. And the lion hunting. And, well, we thought it was a great risk coming here. We didn't know that we'd be able to do that. And the first 3 days made it quite difficult to show a crossing, but there it is. We've seen 3 in 1 day now. There's a buffalo, everybody, a beefy buffalo of the Mara. He's a bit old and he looks a little bit weak and tired of life. You can see he's got hips sticking out. But the lions here that we've seen don't often kill buffalo because there's so much else to eat. I think they probably kill them a lot more come the time when the migration is not here. I can't believe this. Phew, I wonder if these other tommies are going to come across. The crocodiles are massing. They can't believe it. They love to catch these tommies, obviously, simply because, well, they're much smaller, like I said. They're much smaller than the wildies and the zebras. And just to keep you updated, our lion tracker-in-chief, Peter Brat, aka Technical Director, he is with the Kitchotembo Pride now. They have killed a young wildebeest. They may go hunting later on. We are not sure, but we will go and take a look. We're also going to have a brief look, perhaps, at those other lions, but we have got a friend standing by there. We were rather hoping Scarface, the big male, might come out and share the kill with them. But so far, we haven't heard anything. Whew. There's a couple of crocs floating down the river, having a bit of a spat over some Tommy steaks for supper. Hello Oki, you want to know if crocodiles have any natural predators? Oki, they do. Normally other crocodiles actually. When they're very little though, quite a few things will eat them. Storks and herons, they will eat very tiny hatchling crocodiles. Once they get above that sort of size though, not a huge amount other than other crocodiles will try and eat them. You will get big birds, I suppose, will come, maybe the odd fish eagle, perhaps a marabou stork, but it would be largely birds, I suppose. There they go over the rapids. And I wonder if that little croc won't try and stash that Tommy underneath one of the rocks here. Ah, there's a wildebeest now. A wildebeest now massing on his own, perhaps for a drink, but maybe a solo crossing. That would be brave. In fact, it would be stupid. I'm going to move the car slightly, Jeandré. Just how are we there behind, Graham? Just ask him to move forward 3 feet. I just want to move slightly because I think we're going to miss. Oh, you okay behind? Sorry, I just wanted to move in case he came across where we'd have the best possible chance to see him cross. Now, you can ask us questions. We are live, barely. The excitement has nearly given us all a heart attack. Hashtag Safari Live, questions at wildearth.tv. And that wildebeest is quite a long way away. I suspect he's just thinking about having a drink, rather than actually crossing. Hello, Kathy in Washington. You're wondering whether wildebeest cross to and from more than once a day. I think sometimes they do, and I think that this particular bunch that we saw crossing today, the 1,000 that we saw, I think they've gone in a great big loop, either yesterday or today. They go all the way north into the conservancies to the north of the triangle, and they turn and they come south across these river crossings here. I think that's what happens. It's very difficult to know though. We might, if your screen does go black, it's because the battery has gone, and we will change it and bring it up as soon as possible. So we see, just to keep you posted, we do need to change the battery, but I think it might be worth just seeing what this wildebeest does. Now, Jeandré says he thinks it's okay, everyone, so let's just watch and see what this wildebeest does. I can tell you, we're not going to show you because there are lots of cars in the way, that there is a very large rainstorm in the west, pounding water onto the Olololo escarpment. It's mercifully far away from us, but the rains do look like they're massing, as they have every single afternoon. I think this wildebeest wants to go across. I wonder if he isn't the same chap we saw eyeballing the crocodiles earlier. We're in a perfect position here, everybody. This is called the main crossing, and like I say, there are 10 crossing points throughout this area. Most of the ones to the south of where we are A, quite far away from all the lodges, and B, used normally earlier in the season. Those are the ones with the very steep banks where the wildebeest managed to maim themselves leaping over the edge. This chap is being very indecisive, but you know, wildebeest is not the most decisive animal in the world. Monty, you want to know how wide the river is where they cross. Monty, the river here, I would say, is about 100 meters wide in some areas, and as narrow as, say, 70 meters or so in others. So that's about 330 feet around the sort of rapids, maybe a little bit wider than that, 300, maybe very maximum 400 feet, and then at the narrower areas, like where we first watched the wildebeest crossing in the very deep water, it's probably only about 70 meters, 60 meters or so, so about 200 feet. Now let's watch this wildebeest walking up towards us now. This is not a kind of traditional crossing point. Now the thing about the rapids is that yes, they're shallow, so the wildebeest gets purchase, but the rocks underneath mean that they can easily get stuck in a crevice, break their legs. Watch out to the main crossing there, Jeandré. The Tommies seem to be coming down, so we'll just keep an eye on that. So ideally, for safety's sake, well, physical safety's sake, the wildebeest would like deep water, but when they're in deep water and there are crocs there, the crocs then have all the advantage. I've seen many wildebeest get away from the crocodiles where the wildebeest are able to stand on the ground and push off. But when they're actually fully swimming, like those poor Thompson's gazelles were doing, then they don't have a chance that the crocs have a go at them. They just get dragged under the water very quickly indeed. It does feel deeply, deeply satisfied here. What do you think, Jeandré? What kind of money do you give him trying to get across this river? A wager. I say, I don't know. I actually can't tell. I'm so jaded by my inability to tell what these things are going to do. He's thinking about it, he's trying to find a spot, but he's going towards where the Thompson's gazelles had that really nasty experience earlier. He's come away from the beach where he originally started, because just across the way from there, the carcass of one of his cousins is floating. So who knows? Hello, Miss Lynn. I don't know. We were debating this earlier. You said these crossings go on during the night. Miss Lynn, I don't know if they do or not. And that's because we don't come down here in the night time. I suspect sometimes they do, yes. I'm not sure how often. I think you know with most herbivores they tend to go into open areas and go to sleep for the night, or try and sleep, or sort of mass in clearings where they can see what's going to come and get them. So I think the likelihood of them crossing is probably quite small. That said, you know how active crocodiles are at night, and I don't know how well they're able to actually see at night. So maybe they do a bit of night crossing. Sorry, I just have to turn here so that Jeandré can get a better picture of the wildebeest. Yeah, no, he's seen that croc. There's a croc tracking him. There's a croc tracking him as he goes. There he is. And this is a dangerous place for a crocodile to be. There's a hippo out of the water now. He also seems to be tracking the wildebeest. The wildebeest is looking at the crocodile while the hippo turns about. Not sure what he's doing. Perhaps he's decided he's had enough in the water. Skin's feeling a bit wrinkly, getting a bit peckish, going to go and have some grass to eat. Or not. Maybe just wanted a bit of a stretch. And all the while the wildebeest is just moving up. what a day we've had. Looks like that hippo's being tracked by the others, but they all look much smaller, so maybe that's the bull from the pod. It's so cool to see. Look at the light changing now. Beautiful light now coming onto the river. And there, that big bull just went. Just a wonderful sound. Well, let's have one last look at the wildebeest, and then I think we're going to move on from here. We'll maybe go and have a look at the Pt1 pride, and I think we're going to move towards the north as the sun begins to set and catch them before it gets dark. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous stuff. Glorious light, endless animals, action, sadness, happiness, tragedy, story, and a little bit of comedy, especially from the crocodiles and the wildebeest. I mean the wildebeest, of course, who was facing off the crocodiles. Right, excellent stuff. Continuity is what we want. Let's go from here, where we've had wildebeest, to Jamie Patterson, who has also got wildebeest.
I've accidentally relocated our wildebeest herd all the way here in South Africa. So a little bit away from where James is right now in the Mara Triangle. But a very warm welcome to all of our new viewers. Don't forget that this is a live safari, and it is a live safari that's going to go on for a considerable period of time over the next few hours. My name is Jamie. This afternoon I have Dave on camera with me. Dave's really shy, aren't you, Dave? Yeah, sure. But that is all that you probably will see of Dave. And we have a bunch of wildebeest here on Cheetah Plains Game Reserve in the Sabie Sands, which is in the Greater Kruger National Park area of South Africa. I didn't drag you all the way here just to look at the wildebeest. Not that the wildebeest aren't wonderful, but we have spent a bit of time with them. There is a really exciting bird on the open plains of Cheetah Plains, one that our regular viewers will be familiar with, but for some of our newer viewers, it will be one to add to your bird list. And I'm really hoping they're not going to fly away. We're going to have to go a bit further forward to try and get to them. But I can't go too far forward, because otherwise I'll spook the wildebeest and the birds will fly away and it'll all be disastrous. Now let me try and get it. For our regular viewers who are familiar with the birds of South Africa and who have been keeping bird lists, there is a flock of wattled starlings. They have returned to us once again. They're not a migratory species, but we haven't seen them in forever, what feels like forever. And I'm hoping, against hope, that we're going to see at least one of them. Okay, there's some in the front there, Dave. Hopping about there. There we go. Yay! The wattled starlings. And it is nearly breeding season, so the males should be relatively easy to see with their wattles. That's a female plucking about in front there. No, they haven't quite developed their wattles just yet, because that's a male at the top right. He hasn't quite reached his full breeding plumage, so I'll show you a picture in my book in a moment of what a male wattled starling looks like in all his glory. Wonderful, highly entertaining birds, and a bird species that we hardly ever, argument, get to see. All accompanied by the snuffling nose of the wildebeest around them. Isn't that awesome? Last time I saw wattled starlings was around probably the beginning of this year, where one of the males was frantically chasing the ladies about and not having any success at all. He was rejected by each and every single individual that he approached. So remember how we started off with James? He was talking about the starling that looks a lot like our starling but has the white eye. Well, there we go. A different species of starling for you to add to your bird list. For those of you who've only started watching our live safaris in the last couple of months. Oh, must look like they're flirting with danger a little bit there. right at the wildebeest's feet. But with their incredible vision, because birds do have phenomenal eyesight, I don't think they're too bothered about the risk of being trodden on by an errant wildebeest foot. Oh, that one nearly got snuffled up. Careful, girl. This is so cool. Amazing image. They're also after the insects that the wildebeest will be stirring up as it snuffles about close to the ground. So that is why they're congregating around its nose and its feet, and then going for any grass seeds or anything else that they might be able to find. I love their prehistoric run. Looks like a dinosaur. Oh, that chap's particularly aggressive. Keeps chasing the others out of the way. And a teef, as we watch our wildebeest from South Africa and right the way in Kenya. A teef like to know, are they a member of the buffalo family? And for a very long time when I was a child, I used to think exactly that. I thought they looked a bit like cows. But a teef, they're not. They're actually antelopes that are closer related. If you happen to have Google, and you can hop on board Google, you can have a look at things called hartebeest, red hartebeest, and tsetse, spelt with a T. And then you will see what tribe of antelope the wildebeest actually come from. So they're antelope, not buffalo, although buffalo and antelope are related in some way in that they are both ruminants. So they have the four-chambered stomach and they chew their food twice. So they are related. They've also got obviously cloven hooves. So they've got the split hoof with the false hooves behind that, or the dew hooves, sitting behind the hoof itself. So they definitely look like cows, but they're not cows. They're antelope, and they're actually one of the fastest antelope that we get out here, and one that is built for stamina as well. So sustained speed over long distances. They're definitely the marathon runners of the bush. They really do look like cows though, don't they? We don't get them in as large numbers as they do in the Mara Triangle and the gatherings of the wildebeest there. Generally, this is about as many wildebeest as we will see together. But as the... Oh, hold on, sorry. Dave, what does that starling have over there? Ah, dropped half of it. What did you collect? Just saw it fly up with a mouthful of something. Must be building a nest. It's a Burchell starling, unlike our wattled starlings. Must be gathering nest building material. Sorry, distraction from the wildebeest. I cannot believe how different these plains look all of a sudden. The vast difference with the green is just phenomenal. The last time I was in this particular spot, I was on my way to that buffalo carcass that Shimvambalana was feeding on. Shimvambalana, by the way, is a male leopard. And it was barren, completely barren. There was barely a blade of grass. It was basically just soil. And it just goes to show how resilient our ecosystem truly is. That already the grasses have started to return. And Heidi, you're saying it is beautiful. It is stunning now that the grass has started to grow. I couldn't agree with you more. It really is beautiful. I'm enjoying the change so much, and the not new birds, but different bird species coming through, and herds of wildebeest gathering once again, and just all kinds of things that we can look forward to in the future. And of course, most of these female wildebeest, or a lot of these female wildebeest, will actually be pregnant, due to give birth around September. So, sorry, not September, it is September. Due to give birth around December, around there. Oh, look, little steenbok at the back. It's all happening at the plains of Cheetah Plains. But yes, if you are a new viewer, please do stay tuned over the next few months, because the change around here is going to be drastic, and we're going to see a whole lot of little baby animals as well. Hey, Stemboki, aren't you cute? And sometimes it really is nice just to sit and wait for things to come to you. I say that with a tone of great expectation. Once before, and it's funny how our brains work this way, but once before 2 cheetah came wandering out of that exact spot. And I'm always hoping that they might repeat that lovely surprise for us. It was Dave on camera with me as well, that particular time, and it was a spectacular sighting. I can't help but think that at some point it must be time for the cheetah to return to this particular spot. Right, just quickly, since our wattled starlings have disappeared now, I wanted to show you why they're called wattled starlings and what the male looks like with all of his breeding plumage. So there you go, that's what the wattled starling looks like, the male. And you can see where the name wattle comes from, because he's got these funny little protrusions going from his chin. And much more yellow around the back of the eye. Lovely. There you go. Right. I am going to try and disappear off these clearings now, because the wind is gusting and howling, and I think we want to go and seek some shelter. But talking about the changes of the landscape and what we can look forward to, let's jump on board with with quarantine. I meant with Tayla and her brilliant idea of screenshotting quarantine clearings.
Jamie, I hope you are holding onto your hat this afternoon. Must be very windy on Cheetah Plains. And for those of you who possibly just joined us on this wild live safari, my name is Tayla, and on camera this afternoon we've got Jeandré, and we are sitting on quarantine plains at the moment. So now what we've been doing over the last couple of days since we've had the lovely luscious rains is we're taking screenshots and documenting the changes that we're seeing. So we start every single day in the same place, or at some part of the show. We pop back to quarantine plains and we take a shot. Now we're going to zoom in to our shot. There we go. So we take 2 pictures, everybody. Everyone snap away, take your screenshots. Everybody got them? Now we're going to zoom into the termite mound on the right, just to get a little bit of a closer view. Now you can see all the nice green grass coming through. You're really starting to see some changes. I hope you've got your second shot. And it's going to be quite exciting. There's just little patches of green grass at the moment, but once that grass spreads its roots over the next few days, possibly even the next week, this entire area is going to become one carpet of green grass. It's going to be quite spectacular, everybody. Now, it is very windy this afternoon, so we're not seeing too many animals out on the plains. I haven't even seen any zebra this afternoon, just lots and lots of impala. So I'd like to, at some point, once all the rangers have finished viewing the kahumas, I'd definitely like to go back to them a little bit later, possibly that they get going and try and hunt for us. That's what we're hoping for. And I hope to see a lovely sunset this afternoon, so that's something that you'll see hopefully a little bit later. I think we're going to have a beautiful one with all the lovely clouds that are sort of forming in the distance. And I don't know what else we're going to do. I think we're just going to potter along and see what we stumble on. But our plan basically this evening, lions. I haven't seen the lions for a while, so I think it's about time that I spend a good amount of time with them. Right, now that everybody's got their screenshots, we're going to carry on. David in Napa has just sent through a question, and he wants to know, because of the rain that we've had, does this mean that the drought is over? Now, David, we've only just had a small amount of rain. We only had about 36 mils of rain. It's going to unfortunately take a lot more to sort of declare the drought over. For the last 2 seasons, we haven't reached our minimum sort of rain that we get every single year. So normally we should get about 1,000 mils of rain in a season. And unfortunately, like I said, we haven't for the last 2 seasons. Last season, we had something ridiculous, like just under 300 mils of rain, and the season before that we had just over 400 mils of rain, so we're quite short. So we're going to need a severe downpour. We need 3 days or a week of solid rain where we can get like 200 or 300 mils of rain, but even then we need to hope and keep our fingers crossed that the rain continues. Normally what happens, and the pattern that I've seen so far, is we get a little bit of rain now in September, and then we don't usually see too much, and this is what happened for the last 2 seasons. We don't see any rain right again until February, which is unusual. We need it consistently to come through now over the next few months. If we can get 30 or 40 mils of rain every month, that'll be good. I'm just trying to get a good position. I had a squirrel who's climbing up the tree. Where you going? Come out. Trying to see, it's just raced straight up this marula. Oh, where are you? Are you on that side? I can see it moving around. Don't be scared. There's the squirrel. Can you see the squirrel sitting on the knot of the tree? Go straight into the... There it goes. And it's disappearing. Well, we did have a squirrel, everyone. Very quickly, you managed to see one. I think let's head back to Jamie and see how her afternoon is going, if she's still holding on to her hat.
I was desperate to show you the wildebeest clowning around, and of course, as Murphy's Law would have it, as soon as you jumped on board with us, they stopped what they were doing. But they were being utterly ridiculous, galloping around, chasing each other, stirring up the dust, snorting at each other, having a couple of the males having a go at each other. It was completely bizarre and completely unwarranted. I don't know what it was all about, but it was very, very entertaining to watch them carry on. And now, of course, they're doing it behind us, Dave. And, of course, they're going to stop. Ah, Wildies. The wildebeests have the nickname, the clowns of the bush. That's because they often do the most bizarre and unexpected things, chasing each other around, gambling, just generally having fun. And I think that in this particular case, the aggressor was quite a large male. I don't know if it's Gnormless Gnorman, who is a character that we've come to know on the open plains of Cheetah Plains, or if it was Normal Norman, or an unknown male wildebeest. But he's getting some attention, whoever he is. A little bit to the right there. That male's... he stopped now. There, he's sniffing the female. It's the big guy at the back. There he goes, rubbing his scent glands on her rump. You can't scent mark a female, mister. That's not how this whole thing works. Well, he's certainly giving it a jolly good go. The females are not in estrus. The wildebeest breeding season has passed, so I'm not sure what that was all about. And as I said, most of the females will be pregnant as well. Right, are we done, or are we starting up again? Here we go. Full of the joys of spring. And round in circles we go. Oh, chaos. I'm going to reposition slightly so they're not behind us. Cool. What are you doing, you crazy things? Just having fun. Oh, back again we go. Perhaps the knowledge that they've got a little bit more in the way of food is spurring them on to be slightly more adventurous than they might otherwise. Frivolous, I think, is the word that James used yesterday evening. These wildebeest are being frivolous. Having a marvelous time doing it. And Haley, in England, you were asking a very good question, because earlier on I spoke about the male and I didn't really clarify about how you tell the difference between male and female, so yes, with pleasure. I will explain it to you, but I'm going to try and explain it to you when these chats have settled down a little bit, because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult for poor Dave to show you. Whee! The dust clouds flying, isn't that awesome? Right, so Haley, it can be difficult to tell in the conventional way of telling the difference between a male and a female mammal. It's not always that obvious in the wildebeest, especially because the female's nipples are between their back legs, so whenever they're swollen, they can give off the impression that they are testicles. So generally, the female's horns don't extend as far as the tips of their ears, whereas the males go past their ears. The females have a brown strip at the top of their foreheads, as opposed to an all black face like the gentleman at the back. So look closely, I know they're not exactly sitting still. The females are the ones with brown foreheads, the male at the back. His horns go past his ears. He's the guy at the back who's sniffing everybody. That's him. And his face is entirely black, whereas the females and the youngsters have got the brown strips. He is loving all of this attention. Look at him. Ladies, ladies, please don't fight about me. I'll be here all week and for the rest of my time in this particular territory. The little ones all clustered together. Some of them were the unfortunate victims of this bad behavior, and I saw a few of them getting knocked about by the females, kicked and slammed by their horns. Look at this. Oh, it stopped. Right. Have you calmed down yet, or are you still going to carry on with your nonsense? There's one. Gonna have a good roll around. And Molly, I'm with you. I also hope that we get to... Are you having fun there, wildebeest? I really do hope we get to see a few more live wildebeest births. That was truly one of the most extraordinary moments of my life, being able to share that live wildebeest birth with all of you. And watching that little thing totter about on those wobbly legs. And of course Brent had a sighting with one just before that had barely been born and got shoved into the air by a male buffalo. I think that was slightly devastating the next day when the Styx pride had eaten most of the young wildebeest. That was a bit sad. But you're right, that was a truly magical moment that we got to experience. And also phenomenal to see how incredibly resilient these animals truly are. And that female gave birth, it took her about 2 hours from when, and I just happened to be there as her water broke, which was incredible. It probably took her about 2 hours from start to finish. And the fact that she was still up and walking about and licking the calf and letting it drink, they're amazing. Our male wildebeest is now proclaiming his territorial dominance. He's been rubbing his pre-orbital glands, and it smells very distinctive. You can smell when a wildebeest has done that, even us as human beings. And I'm pretty sure that is Gnormless Gnorman. Oh, there we go again. There's a serious fight happening there. Yo! Full of the joys of spring. Just sorting out internal scuffles. And that's the females fighting, by the way. That's not males. That's females butting heads. We're going to start this again. Safari Jenny in Canada has said that she thinks the grass is making them a little bit high. They certainly seem very joyful, don't they? And quite playful and slightly ridiculous. So perhaps there's just something in the grass today. Maybe they're picking up on our buoyant spirits as well, as we head off into the evening, feeling excited about whatever tonight holds for us. They are behaving in a very interesting way, keeping us thoroughly entertained. Oh, there we go again. We're running in circles, because why not? And this, you were wondering if adult animals sometimes play to keep themselves in shape and to sort of, keep their skills sharp. I often think that about the nkuhumas whenever we see them playing, or any lions, I suppose, whenever we get to see them playing. I'm not sure. I think they also do it for fun. But I don't think it's a bad suggestion, because it does. The nkuhumas are in their own way, or the lions playing, and in their own way practicing their hunting skills, just like their little cubs. But I honestly, really, truly think a lot of it is just for fun. They're enjoying themselves, and reaffirming the bonds between them. And these wildebeest, I think, are actually having the odd scuffle. Perhaps a little bit of dominance between the females. They don't necessarily have a strict hierarchy, but animals are animals, and there'll always be some that are more dominant than others. And I mean, that one there that is in the middle of your screen is she's already showing signs of pregnancy, the one on the right. She definitely looks as though she's bulging a little bit more than normal. So is that one that just walked in on the right as well. So they're definitely starting to show. By the time they get to birthing point, those of you who watch the live wildebeest birth will be aware of this, but they bulge to the point that you can actually see the veins on their stomachs. They look so very uncomfortable. Sure. Howling wind. Right, are we done, wildies? Or are you still going to entertain us some more? I've lost track of Gnormless Gnorman. I think he's the one. There he is, actually, on the right of your screen. He's scent marking again. Walking up to all the ladies and rubbing his scent on them. That's really not how it works, mister. Oh, goody, we're running in circles again. Very slowly. Slow motion run. Yep, back the way we came. Winlin, absolutely. See, our gnus are just as good as James's gnus. They're just slightly smaller in number. They're being thoroughly entertaining, and they don't have to worry about any crocodiles in this particular spot. So Winlin, absolutely. Mini Mara it is. Cheetah Plains clearing is now... Oh, here we go again. Yes, let's run in circles some more. It's highly entertaining. Clods of earth flying, dust everywhere. Oh, change direction, I'm getting dizzy. And then they will stop and go back to normal again. Perhaps Gnormless Gnorman is making them all jealous. Oh, here we go again. It's just so bizarre how they seem to start and stop without any kind of provocation or any kind of signal. They're all just walking around aimlessly. They're not even feeding. They're just walking backwards and forwards. I really, really like wildebeest. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy watching them. But I do get the impression that they're perhaps not the brightest sparks out here. What do you think, Dave? I think it's questionable. It would be very funny if they turned out many years down the line as human beings can start to understand animals a bit better, if they turned out to be the Einsteins of the bush. But right now I think most of the evidence points to the contrary. Still going in circles. Ashka, he wants to know, talking about pregnant females, so I'm having a good chuckle, and just walking rings around the others that are just standing there gormlessly. Oh, look, an elephant! At the back! Behind them! Hello, beautiful boy! It's a big bull. Ah, lovely. And our wildebeest are still running in circles. Ashka, sorry, let me just answer your question quickly. Around the beginning of January, maybe late December, is when we can start expecting to see the wildebeests. It will be interesting to see if there's a drop in number after the drought. Oh, look at him. Isn't he magnificent? How's this view? That's a big Kruger bull. Looking carefully at the wildebeest and perhaps judging them. Look how provoked that was! That was so deliberate. That wildebeest just poked the other one in the bottom for no apparent reason. Oh, now one's down, having a roll. Oh, this is beautiful. Here he comes. He's thinking about it. See that trunk over the tusk attitude? They do that to rest their trunks every now and again. But sometimes they do it when they're feeling a bit full of nonsense. Look at, I think he's watching these wildebeest, testing the air. Let's see if he's feeding or if he's pretending to feed. I think he's pretending. I think the wildebeest have decided that perhaps they're not going to go walking over there that way just right now. Elephants chase other animals, and I swear they do it for fun as well. I think it keeps them entertained. What a beautiful big bull. Not the biggest tusks that I've seen out here, but he's got a massive body size. Dina, you were saying this elephant is checking this all out with his trunk, and I'm sorry I couldn't hear the second part of your question, but absolutely he is checking everything out with his trunk. I think he actually thought about chasing them at one point. You're wondering, there we go, Dina, you want to know if he's not that relaxed. No, my instinct just watching him at the moment is that potentially not. And that we've found with a lot of the wildebeest just refuse to let us talk about this elephant. They just really want to be the center of attention this evening. I think they heard about the Mara trip and have decided that really it's not on that they get overshadowed like this. A lot of the time on cheetah plains we encounter male elephants, big bulls, that, at least recently, that are not that relaxed. And that's because they've come in from the Kruger National Park looking for water and looking for food. And that particular part of Kruger National Park has very little human activity, very few vehicles driving about. It's not one of the more commercial areas, and there's no commercial roads that run along there. I think he's probably fine. I've just noticed with a few of the Cheetah Plains elephants, they tend to be a little bit less comfortable. And he, of course, knows we're here. He's heard us talking, he will have smelt us ages ago. And he probably, maybe, could see us at that distance, although not in any great detail. Unfortunately, there's no roads that lead us in that direction, otherwise I would try and get a little bit closer to him. Don't want to drive across this massive open area just yet. Let's give it a little bit more time to recover. Do you see? I told you the wildebeest don't want any attention drawn away from them. They keep coming to push in. George in Michigan. Come on, wildebeest. I'm trying to talk about the elephant here. Do you mind? Yes, thank you. George in Michigan, you wanted to know, because of course our elephants have been predominantly browsers over the last few months. There's been no grass for them to eat. You want to know if that transition from bark to grasses is going to have any negative effects on their digestive system. It's an interesting one. My first answer was going to be no, but I actually don't know that for certain, because often with human beings, if you get a massive diet change, then you find that it takes a little while for humans to adapt. I don't really see why it should be all that different for an elephant. And their bodies get used to certain types of digestive processes. The grasses are definitely easier than the tree material. So perhaps they do get a little bit of an upset stomach occasionally for a little while. I honestly don't know. Perhaps the change is so gradual that it doesn't affect them at all. No idea. Very good question, though. Yeah, we can. I'm going to reposition to make... Oh, no, hold on. Sorry, Dave. I told you the wildebeest don't want any attention drawn away from them. We want to show you the sunset, but the wildebeest just keep insisting on doing funny things. Hold on, let's try and do both. I'll reposition. There you go. Wow, that's spectacular. Wow. That's not bad, is it, Dave? Whenever I go out and drive, I always think that it's really important to stop and look at the sunset every now and again. Remind myself how lucky we are to be, doing what we're doing, and to remember not to take it for granted. I feel as though I need to have some quotes memorized for moments like this. I don't really have the words, actually, that are quite equal to the profound beauty of the sunset, so I'm just going to sit here and let you watch it for the moment. Breathtaking. Dave, are you going to shout at me if I don't let it get all the way to the bottom? You sure? The viewer's going to shout at me. Possibly. Lou might. Okay, well the wildies have calmed down again, so we'll keep watching the sunset. from one side of the northern Sabie Sands to the other. I believe that Tayla and Jeandré are also looking to the west.
Now, I want to know from all you viewers at home, who has got the best shot of a sunset this evening? Is it mine? Is it Jamie's? I think the sun may have already set in Kenya, but we can always try. So, we are just pondering life and looking at this amazing view. Isn't it wonderful to have two sunsets in one game drive? I think it's quite spectacular. And I can imagine Jamie's sunset must have looked quite different, as she is in the open plains on cheetah plains. And I am in the wooded area filled with terminalias, bush willows and marulas. Very, very different scene. Well, I said to you that we were at some point going to see the sunset, and we have. But we're now going to head around and try and relocate on the Nkuhumas. And because it is getting dark and the cubs are still around, we're going to have to try it with infrared a little bit later. It's going to take us some time to get over to the northern boundary. And hopefully by the time we get there, we catch them waking up and on the move. And it'll be quite exciting. Like I said, there's quite a few clouds in the sky. It's not a clear sky, so it's good hunting conditions. And the wind is there. Now that will make for a good advantage for the lions this evening. We're going to slowly bumble around and see what else we can find though along the way. The sun's probably going to be down and behind the horizon in the next 30 minutes or so. We don't have too much light left, and with all these clouds around, possibly it's going to get a little bit darker. Now, it's been so much fun the last few evenings having the hot weather around, because we've seen lots of creepy crawlies. Now it's quite a difference in the temperature from what we've been having. It's very chilly this evening. You can see I've got my big jacket on already. Normally I don't bring that out very often. So I'm wondering if we're going to see as many spiders and millipedes and beetles. Normally they only come around when it's nice and warm. It'll be quite nice to see what happens a little bit later this evening. Oh, we've got to another patch. I have to show you how green the grass is over here. You're going to be so surprised. Oh, we should have done our little screenshots in this area, but I didn't know the grass was going to grow so quickly over here. It's like I've come out of a desert and I've come across a little mirage. Look at this. Which side should we look at? Left or right? Left or right? Let's go left. Look at all the lovely green grass to the left, everybody. Can you see it? And you can get one more shot of the sunset. Isn't that amazing? Everything just looks happier this side. Quite spectacular, I think. So I'm surprised we haven't actually seen a few more animals around here. Oh, hang on, we've got a bird. You go all the way to the right. There's one. Once you spot one, you should start to see the rest. Have you seen it yet? If you go straight in, Jeandré, there it is, in the bottom of your screen. That is a Senegal lapwing. Well, there's quite a few around. And we are creating bird lists, everybody. So if you haven't got a Senegal lapwing on your list, you need to add it. And I'd love to hear from you. And see what number. Oh, we're about to watch a kill. Oh, everybody, we saw a hunt, the chase, and the capture of an ant. Thank you, Senegal lapwing. Right, everybody, we can end the show now. No, I'm just teasing. We're not going to end the show. But that was quite nice to see this lapwing catch a little ant or whatever, hoho, that is insects in South African language, a hoho. That this bird managed to catch. But I thought that was quite amazing. Now I lost my train of thought on what I was telling you about because I got so excited. Death staring us. There we go. Catch something else for us. Look at stalking. No, didn't catch anything this time. Not as exciting as a lion, I suppose, but it's still quite funny to watch. What else are you going to do? You know, just feeding. Just eating as much as you can. So there are a few little insects around, as you saw, but mainly ants. We should still see the termites a little bit later. I have no doubt that they will come out and continue working on their mounds. Where are the rest of the lapwings? They've all seemed to have disappeared. They're quite gregarious, so they live in groups, but now I can't see the rest of them. They are very well camouflaged, though. This is a very productive area. This Senegal lapwing is having a lovely buffet of chochos. If you're wondering how to spell chochos, it's G-O-G-G-A-S. So I suppose it's like you're saying chochaz, but we say chochos. So you could put an O-S at the end. I think that's acceptable. Amazing. Right, we're going to carry on, everybody. We need to make our way towards the lions. And I want to try and get there before the sun disappears. Just because they were in the thick bushes and it'll be quite difficult to try and maneuver through there without any lights on. So at least if we can get there while we've got a bit of light, that we don't disturb the cubs, and then we can switch on to infrared and then we just sit and wait. So I'm sorry, I'm near the power lines again, and I'm struggling to pick up the name of the viewer that's asking this question. But Samson? I can't hear, there's a lot of static. I heard the question. The question was Samson, everybody. There we go, I've got it now. Like I said, the power lines have a huge interference in my communications with the lovely ladies at Final Control. Now, Samson wants to know how difficult it is going to be for the birds when all this lovely lush vegetation comes around to sort of find food. Now, not difficult at all. With all the rain that's going to come around, there's going to be an abundance of insects. Remember, the ground is nice and soft, so a lot of the beetles have all had an opportunity to mate and lay their eggs down in the soft soil. So hopefully by the time all the grass comes through, we're going to see all the larval stages and the instars and the nymphs and all sorts of other goodies are coming through and feeding on the grass and all the new leaves, depending on what species they are. So I think the birds are going to have a fantastic time. I don't think it's going to be particularly difficult with all the lush vegetation coming around. It just means that there's more things to eat. What did I see? I've seen something up ahead. It could be a wildebeest. It could also be a very thin buffalo. We're going to see it just in a few moments. It could also be a burnt log. That's a possibility. Oh no, I think it could be a burnt log. Please move. Whatever you are, please show some sign of life. No, I think it's an animal. I'm feeling a little bit better about myself now. I must tell you a funny story. So when I first started guiding, I used to get horribly excited about thinking that I'd spot something in the bush, and I'd often yell out, "Lions!" and point, and so excited to my guests. Now I'm also trying to multitask, remember where I'm going, trying to chat to my guests, and then also find animals. It was quite difficult for the first few months, and I would do this. I would shout all these animals out, and then what's happened to me right now. So I'm going back to old habits, everybody. And then I learned the importance of binoculars and how amazing binoculars are to actually try and find the animal before you see it. I swear that I saw a wildebeest. Where have you gone? That couldn't have been a log. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what it was, everybody, but it's gone now. And I have to show you one last look at the sunset because the clouds change color now as it's coming through the clouds. Look at that. This is really just a distraction technique to take you off the fact that I called a log a wildebeest. But how beautiful is that? I need to eat more carrots. Amanda needs to, in the kitchen, who's our lovely chef, she needs to please produce some more carrots or anything that will improve my eyesight. Now that's not a cloud at the bottom that it's going behind. That's actually the Drakensberg mountain range, everybody. But there is a cloud on the top. Isn't that spectacular? And we are live, just again, this is a real live African safari. And we're watching the sun go down on this cloudy afternoon. Fantastic. That would have also made for a fantastic screenshot. So I hope you're all building up collections of all the wonderful photos. Now we're going to carry on making our way towards those lines, and I'm going to try and not identify too many more logs this afternoon. Such a rookie error. Ah, lovely. I'm so happy to hear that Senegal lapwing is a new bird for one of our viewers, Jeandré. So congratulations. I'm glad that we managed to add another one to your list. So it's a bit bumpy here. I'm trying to find the easiest way around. So we're trying to get the shortest route towards these lions. So I have taken a road where we've got some power lines, but it's not going to be for too long. We're just going to zip past them and head towards the Nkuhumas and Birmingham number 3, I think I said, yeah, Birmingham number 3, who is laying next to them. Let's carry on. It's really cold. I'm even going to have to zip up my jacket at some point. I was quite brave by leaving it open, but this miserable cold breeze that's coming through, very chilly. I'm snaking along this road. Also, everybody, I am looking for actual animals as we make our way towards the lions. Tires are still good. Always just check over each side. When we were with those lions earlier, there were a few thorn trees. I'm just making sure that I didn't spring a slow puncture. That often happens. We often have to change tires, but you get really good at it after you've changed your 10th tire in a week. It becomes like second nature, sort of like brushing your teeth. Hey, we've got some impala up ahead. We've got quite a big herd. And I don't think that they're going to hang around. We're probably going to get there and they're going to run from us. One has already started gallivanting away. And that's just because it's quite windy and we are downwind of the impala, so I don't think they can hear us very well, unfortunately. You can see them in the distance straight ahead, moving off to the side. And also it's getting a little bit dark, so their eyes are trying to adjust now to this sort of twilight period. We'll see if we can have a quick look at the impala. They're also starting to put their winter coats on again. They're all fluffing up quite nicely. There's some impala. All moving away from us. I'm sorry that we have disturbed you. I think they're looking for a nice spot out of the wind, but also a little bit out in the open, so that they don't get eaten tonight. Remember, they do come out into the open just so that they can find a nice open space to sleep. Otherwise, they will not see anything coming towards them. Just a quick little snippet of the impala. Let's go this way around. I'm trying to drive roads that I haven't driven already this afternoon, just in case we missed something. Though sometimes it is quite good to drive on the same road again. I've driven the same roads 100 times, and on the 10th time, spotted something that wasn't there before, that's just come out. So we're going to go a little bit further. I think we're going to maybe take Aubrey's, just to have a look. Pick up the pace a little bit. Not too fast though, we don't want to hit any animals, remember. So when I say pick up the pace, I mean I'm only probably going about 25 kilometers an hour now, which is not very quick at all. Whee, and down we go. Thank you everybody for sending in the wonderful screenshots of our lovely sunset this evening. It was quite spectacular. And we got to see two variations of the sunset. Actually 3, including Jamie's. So that was quite pleasant. Right now I've just got to keep an eye out for this road, otherwise I don't want to miss it. This is that multitasking skill I was telling you about earlier. And my favorite thing when guiding guests was trying to shine a spotlight, talk to your guests, talk on the radio, all at the same time. That was always quite funny. And you obviously get quite good at it, and you're not driving very fast. You sort of stay in second gear, and that's all you do. So it's not too bad, but in the beginning it's quite difficult. You know, every now and then you'll have your spotlight, and you'll be shining, you'll be talking, and then someone will shout, "Tree!" You know, and you brake, and you've got to swerve back onto the road. No, Jake doesn't ever get that serious, but you know, every now and then you give yourself a little fright, go off the road a little bit. And also, the more often you drive the particular roads in the area that you're working, you sort of get used to the different bends that come in the road. And then when I was working down in the south at the time, then I don't think I even used to look at the road. I just used to look behind and turn away and drive. Can't do that just at the moment. Still learning the roads of the northern Sabie Sands. Right. It's very windy now where we've come to. It's not pleasant at all. Sure, there's some big clouds coming in behind us. At one point they looked like they were going to disappear a little bit, but they seem to have come back again. And I wonder if we're not going to get some more rain with this sudden drop in temperature. It feels like it, because we've had such hot weather. I'm wondering how chilly it has got since this this afternoon. Now I believe about 25 degrees Celsius, if I'm not mistaken. My conversions are horrible, everybody, so I must apologize. And I know the lady of the day, which I think is a fantastic name, was wondering what the temperature was. Don't worry, I can't really, my finger's not really a thermometer. Oh cool, look at this. Look how the elephants have pushed this tree over. I just think it's like a bouquet of roots. Amazing. So they've pushed this tree over, everybody. I know this is quite random, but they've just pushed it over quite nice. And if you go up a little bit, you can actually see how the elephants have eaten the roots. You can see a few broken pieces there. Like I said, in a few weeks' time, if we get some more rain, the elephants are going to stop doing that, and they're going to start to eat all this lovely, luscious grass that's coming through. It's almost at the point where the elephants can pull it out the ground with their trunks. Almost there, a few more days. And let's hope for another bouts of rain. That'll be nice. And possibly then we may even see the termites coming out. I'm still waiting for the alates, the winged termites, to be released. That's going to be another exciting adventure. And I hope that we get a bit of rain maybe this evening, and then tomorrow night they all spawn for the grand finale of the safari marathons. But I'm being extremely optimistic. But it's good to be optimistic. Elephants have been very busy in this area. They've pushed over lots of trees. But some of them still have their roots in the ground, so I think that they will still grow. And that'll be quite nice for some of the other animals. It'll be quite nice for some of the animals who can't reach the tops of the trees. So something like an impala or a kudu, if the tree does grow sort of horizontally along the ground. Okay, well, I'm going to race on over to try and relocate on the Nkahuma Pride before the sun dips behind the horizon. Let's see how Jamie is doing after her very exciting wildebeest experience.
I have to tell you, I was still chuckling a little bit after our wildebeest experience. But we did tear ourselves away eventually and start to make our way a little bit further to the west. And just by the way, that elephant, talking about elephants and pushing over trees and so on, I watched him as we drove out of that wildebeest sighting, and he wasn't 100% relaxed. In fact, he wasn't relaxed at all. And I decided it was just worth leaving him and letting him settle a little bit. So we left our eddy, and I've decided to come all the way to Jeandré Dam to see what's happening here. Jeandré Dam on Cheetah Plains, just in case that needed to cause any confusion. Jeandré Dam, because of course Cheetah Plains was the original property of Jeandré's owners, hence the name Jeandré Dam. Let us see at least how much water is here, because we never quite made it all the way here yesterday. No, not yesterday, day before. Thank you, Darby. The day before yesterday, when we met up with a male lion along the road and we kind of stuck with him. Oh, let's go and investigate how much water Jeandré Dam has. There's one flaw in my plan, Dave. I can't cross anymore. Oh well. There are worse things. We can go all the way around. We're certainly not in any kind of a hurry. I would drive across the dam wall, but I'm a little bit concerned it would collapse on me. I think that is an entirely valid concern. Oh, I thought those rocks were lions. They're not lions. They're rocks. Oh well, you can see what I mean, sort of. At first glance, that looks like a lion lying down. Unfortunately not. That could definitely, if you just shoot at a cursory glance, that could definitely be a lion pride. For now, for those of you wondering how much water is in Jeandré Dam, well, there you go. A considerable amount. Which is nice, because Cheetah Plains actually usually receives less rainfall than we do. Whenever it rains with us in Jeandré, there's usually about 10 mils less here on Cheetah Plains. One of the reasons why it has looked as dry as it has over the last few months. Very peaceful. Beautiful. And I think we can actually sneak across. I think we'll be okay. We'll just pop the vehicle in low range. Ooh, was that a terrapin I just saw? Let's go and investigate. Okay, well this could go one of two ways. One is really well, the other is pretty badly. Let's see how we do. And we can see whether or not I did see a terrapin there. Must be a terrapin. But it would be very interesting if it were a catfish, because this dam has been dry for months and months. Oh goodness. We'll be fine, right? Sure. Looks perfectly stable. It's definitely a whole load of terrapins. I don't really want to stop. Forgive me, because I'm a little bit concerned the ground might slide out from under my tires. We'll have to do a very sort of passing move. We made it! Without sliding into Jeandré Dam. That would have been very embarrassing. A very, very embarrassing call to have to make. If you could please come and rescue me from Jeandré Dam. And go. I can never remember these roads now. I think I go this... No, I do go that way. This is how one ends up accidentally... Well, let's just put it this way. That's how James has once or twice ended up getting lost on Cheetah Plains and ending up in different places. Whoopsie! Well, there we go, Dave. We paid a visit to Jeandré Dam. It was Dave's suggestion that we should go and have a look and see how much water there was left in the dam itself. And for now, I think we're going to... Look how pretty that is. I'm just trying to work out which tree it is. I'm getting yellow flowers. I know it's very dark. I suppose I could spotlight it. Well, it feels a bit weird spotlighting a tree. Bright yellow flowers. How pretty is that? It's the bright flowers of the sjambok pod. What are they called? What are their new names? You're not allowed to call them sjambok pods anymore. Their names changed to long pod, something to do with the pods. Those are the pods dangling on either side. What are they called? They're cassias. That's the Latin name. But what on earth is the new common name? I've drawn a complete blank. Long-tailed pods, pod-tailed long... Oh no, this is tragic. There are the long pods dangling. I can't remember. Well, for any of you that can remember what I'm trying to think of, if you could please let me know, I would really, truly appreciate it. You will, of course, be seasoned viewers, in which case you'll know the whole deal of hashtag Safari Live on Twitter, or email through to questions@wildearth.tv. Please help me. Long pod... You ever have it where something's just on the tip of your tongue? Although that's an expression I've never understood. It's going to drive me insane. The cassias. I'm saying that like it's going to boost... I don't know. It's gone. I'll think of it. I promise you it'll come to me. It might come to me if you don't... If none of you can work out what I'm trying to call it. It might come to me at 3 o'clock this morning, in which case I'll be terribly frustrated with myself. But it does happen. We're going to slowly start to shimmy our way out of Cheetah Plains and back towards Djuma. And our plan this evening, Tayla and I have hatched a cunning plan, a plan so cunning. I'm trying to think of an Africanized version of the plan so cunning. I'll think of one, and while I think of that, let's head back across to James and his lovely lions.
Night has fallen, everyone, in the Mara Triangle, and there is one of the members of our famous Kichwa Tembo Pride. Now, I'm not sure who this is, but we do know they killed a wildebeest in this area in front of Peter about 2 hours ago. This is a very fat cat, and I don't think it's going to go walking about the place at all. Now, we want to avoid just watching fat cats digesting their meal for the course of the night. Also, the rest of the pride is down in this big gully with the kill, and we can't get down there in this Land Rover. In fact, we'd probably struggle to get down there on some abseiling ropes, so we can't really go in there. The upshot of all this is that we're going to go towards 2 male lions that we found on the way here. Now, I just want to give you a bit of an update as to what's been going on here before we leave. I talked again with a few people today, most of whom have been working here for some time, and it seems even they are slightly confused about what's happening with the lions. The Kichwa Tembo Pride, we now know, is 5 females, 2 males so far. There was rumours of a 6th female. We haven't seen her yet. Old Scarface, who we saw yesterday, was the dominant male lion in this area, and he ruled supreme with his brother, a brother whose name is Morana, as far as I can work out. Morana got his name from the fact that he's got sort of loose hair at the bottom of his mane in the manner of a Maasai warrior, and that's apparently how he got his name, which I think is rather wonderful. Anyway, they ruled here for a while. Then those 2 blonde males who we met the first night came in here. And I don't know if you remember seeing it or if you had joined us or not. But what happened was the female with them, a young female from this very pride, she was calling, and then the 2 blonde males called. And the other male did not. Morana, that was the dark-maned male, he did not call until the very last time we heard them call. Now that's quite interesting. The 2 males came in here. They seem to have given Scarface a bit of a beating. Perhaps they backed off Morana because he was just less dominant. I don't know. But old Scarface went skedaddling back across the river, and until yesterday he hadn't been seen. He's come back. I don't think he's in particularly poor shape. He's old, certainly, over 10 years old. That's old for a male lion, but he still looks pretty good to me. So maybe his day is not yet quite done. But what is fascinating is that his brother Morana has joined these two blonde males. Now we don't know where the two blonde males have come from actually. They may have come, we've heard they used to knock about at the base of the Olololo escarpment where we're staying. We've also heard that they could in fact be related to Scarface and his brother. In fact, they could be sort of distant cousins from the Marsh Pride, but we're not sure. What we do know, however, is that those blonde males came in here and they killed the cubs that resulted in that female there having those swollen teats. And you can see those are not quite suckle marks, but they are the teats of a lioness who has been lactating quite recently. So that's the story that's unfolding here. The Pt1 Pride, an offshoot, it would seem to be, of the very famous Marsh Pride from Big Cat Diary days, and then the introduction of the superb character of Scarface yesterday with his brother Morana and the two, we're going to still call them Marsh Male Coalition males, those two blondie boys. That's the story here with the lions, and what an amazing thing it has been to come and learn about these lions with you live from the Mara Triangle. I think that this flat cat is going to lie there breathing heavily for the rest of the evening. The rest of the pride, like I say, down in the dip below. So I think we're going to head off now and see if we can't find the other males. If you've just joined us, my name is James Henry. Jeandré is on camera. And the reason you cannot see me at the moment is that the drizzle has kind of begun. It's on the north. That means the roof is on where I'm sitting. So unless I severely concuss myself, I'm unable to stick my head out of the roof and say hello to you. So you're just going to have to make do with my disembodied voice for now. Good. Jeandré, are you ready? He says, quite so, very loudly. So that line is not moving. The direction in which we're facing now is where the kill is with the rest of the pride, apparently. Going to do a little maneuver here, and we'll see what else we can see on the way there to those two male lions. Then, of course, I don't know if you were with us at the very start of the show, but what an incredible start we had. 3 lionesses we began with, attempting to feed on a wildebeest carcass. Now, the wildebeest carcass had recently been caught by one of the lionesses. She'd already fed on something sometime really fairly recently, but the prospect of ambushing a wildebeest crossing the Mara River in full flood was too much for her, and she nailed one of them after 3 attempts and then sort of laid down next to it. They ate a little bit and then they just left it where it was. We were rather hoping Scarface might pop out there, but he didn't. So we'll go back to those other 3 males and see what transpires there. Maybe they will go hunting, maybe they will just lurk about the place as male lions are wont to do. Now the reason the picture has gone green is because we are looking, and it's not green for you, it's black and white for you. We are looking at, well, we're looking at the picture through infrared, and that means that we're not going to disturb any animals that are on the hunt. We're also hopefully going to be using the thermal imaging camera, which was of extreme use to us yesterday evening as we followed the huntress of the Pt1 Pride on the hunt. Now she is one of our favorite characters, and I'm going to give her a name tomorrow, and that name is going to mean hunter in Maasai. I just need to find out the correct word and exactly the correct, because sometimes these words have got different sexes attached to them, so we need to find the exactly correct word, its right spelling, and then we also, with your help, need to find out, of course, what she looks like. What are her distinguishing features? Now watch out everybody, a bit of a bump going through here. I just thought we might be able to see the rest of the pride, but I think it's going to be very difficult. And it's going to take us a little while to get to the other lions. Eritus, nice question from you. You say, is it easier to find the Mara lions or the Nkahumas because they live in such very different habitats? Eritus, I think it's by far easier to find the lions here in the Mara Triangle. Well, especially this time of year. they don't move, you know, they don't move a great deal, and that's because there's so much to eat. Also, of course, you know, when the Nkuhuma's gone to Buffalo's Hook, you've got a decent tracker and you can go anywhere you like. You could find them probably just about every single day. But over here, the lions don't cross out of the property, they don't cross out of the traversing area. It's actually relatively easy to find them, which is rather good, I think. Down we go, up the other side. Now I think it's still light in South Africa, and just to keep you posted, it is going to take us probably about 25 minutes to get to where those male lions were. And down, we're just going to go down into the dip here, and then we'll look towards, oh, look at this. I'm just going to ask Jeandré to point the camera up at the lightning. Look at that cloud there. Just watch this, everyone. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Gee, that's cool. That is so cool. Look at that. Let's just keep watching that. That's a storm over Maasai Mara where we're staying, everyone. Probably just behind it. Whoa! I think there's a car behind us. I'm just going to sneak forward and we're going to stay watching that lightning for a little while. Amazing how much traffic there is in this very remote location. We also, of course, need to give a name to this recalcitrant car. Because I've got to tell you, I never thought I'd see the day that I missed Wendy and Jigger and old Rusty. That day has arrived. Isn't that beautiful? This is what happens here. We've had rain here every single night. Very little yesterday, mercifully. That is the blacks. There we are. Isn't that gorgeous? We'll have one more look at that and then we'll press on. Whoa! And a very bright star off atop there. It's a planet, definitely. Probably Venus. Oh, that is just gorgeous. Take a screenshot of that if you can, everyone. Send them through. Ask us questions. Hashtag Safari Live questions at wildearth.tv. Very nice, Jeandré. A pinprick of light in the center of the screen. One more lightning flash, and then we'll head on. See if you can grab the screenshot as it happens. No cheating. You may not rewind to get it. Once more. 3, 2, 1. No, I was wrong. 3, 2, 1. See? Almost right. Okay. Jeandré, you want another one? Let's push on, he says. Okay, on we go. We'll have a look down into the dip here. See if we can't see any of the rest of the pride, but I think they're going to be out of range. Right. In the meantime, Jeandré, you can't see anything down there, can you, on IRR, the other way? Nothing. Okay, let's head across to Tayla. She'll give you an update from South Africa as evening starts to fall.
We haven't found the lions, everybody. The last sighting of these lions were of some of the female Nkuhumas, I'm unsure how many, and the Birmingham boy, who were moving away from their last position. And they were going south, and they did leave the little ones behind. So what we're going to do is I did a quick little scan around the perimeter, the block that they're in, and I haven't seen any tracks coming out, though it is quite dark, so tracking at night is slightly more difficult. And I didn't see any lions, obviously. Now, what I suspect could have happened is maybe they just moved a little bit further south from where they dropped the cubs just to have a little rest, maybe a little listen and a smell. So I'm going to go on that 2 track that goes through some quite thick vegetation and just to check. Now, I'm not going to even use the infrared on the cubs because the cubs are most likely on their own. and we don't want to view them on their own just yet. They're a little bit too young, so we are just going to pop my nose in just to have a very quick look, just to see if the adults aren't close by. I'm just double checking a road that Wrexham kindly checked for us, but like I said, they are on the move, so they could have been moving through the drainage and maybe they could pop out at any moment. So let's quickly try and do that. Now, I did hear some of the other rangers saying that they could hear some lions calling in the very, very far distance. And they seemed to think that it was around Coral, which is extremely far east of us. Now, I don't know if it's maybe that one Birmingham and the young female that are perhaps calling. So we also want to just check a little bit further east of where we are, just in case they have perhaps decided to follow up on those calls from the distance. And I hope they aren't though. I hope they're going for a hunt. So we're just going through this little thicket over here. I have to hold on. Eggsy has to hold on, but none of you at home have to hold on. Right. Okay, while I navigate through the wondrous drainage lines of Djuma, Jamie has a bush baby.
I've actually got 2 bush babies, but they're playing hard to get right now, in exactly the same tree where Dave and myself stopped the last time to have a look at them. And we got to spend a considerable period of time watching them. I'm hoping this will be the same. So just bear with me. I'm trying to think if it's better to reposition or if I should wait for this little thing to come out. I see you. I can see you. Yes, I can. And try going. There he is. Oh, you got him, Dave? Yep. Yes, well done. Sorry, I can't take my eyes off it to look at my monitor, otherwise I'll lose it. There we go. One of the cutest little creatures on Djuma Private Game Reserve, a little lesser galago, also known as a lesser bush baby. Not that there's anything lesser about them, they're just really, really small. The smallest of our primates. I see you, second bush baby. There we go, we've got 2 in frame. Or we've got 2 on the tree. Oh, nip. Spoke too soon. Okay, there we go, Dave, that's a better one, sorry. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no. That'll teach me. Let's try that again. Definitely one of my favorite creatures to spot. Dave, I'm going to do it again to you. I'm sorry. It's there. There we go. Hello, little one. I'm glad I did that because the other ones just jumped out of view. How cool is this? This is why our cameramen are the best in the world, because they film live wildlife and their subjects don't sit still. Sometimes they have wings, sometimes they jump like a bush baby, and now I've lost both of them. I got asked a question the other evening that I didn't answer properly, and I do hope the viewer that asked, oh, there you are, I see you. Come on. I do hope the viewer that asked it is watching now. And that is, why do bush babies not hunt on the ground if there's so many insects there? I spoke about the fact that sometimes they do, but it's also something that I didn't mention is the matter of competition. There are so many animals at night that are hunting for insects on the ground that it makes sense for the bush babies. Oh, there's one there. Well done. Well spotted, Dave. In the dark. Impressive. Now the skies and the trees are basically left to the bush babies and the nightjars. And that's why they stay in their trees. Also just to keep us guessing, hey Dave. I can see a tail. Just listen. There's kudu alarm calling close. That's what I heard earlier, Dave. It can't be the lions already. Sorry, I'm going to keep watching the bush babies, but I'm just going to take my earpiece out for 1 second. So one of the antelope is calling its alarm call that they only ever do for leopards and for lions. And I'm trying to get an idea of where that call came from, because it's difficult to gauge direction when one ear is slightly blocked. Ah, in Torchwood. Deep booming bark of a kudu. Unfortunately outside of our traverse area, but not by much. Jeepers, they're so cute. Look at them. Whee, pick one. Which one? Whoops. This is amazing. It's one of the best bush baby sightings ever. How cool is this? Is that not just the cutest thing you've ever seen? One of the cutest things you've ever seen? I know you've spent some time with Tayla and those wonderful lion cubs. Where'd you go? Oh, there we go, I've got one. I've lost him again. This is fun. This is like hide and seek. I'm not sure if Dave agrees. This is great fun, Dave. Good. I'm glad. I'm just scanning. Aha! Our stations, I'm on Cheetah Cutline now. I can hear kudu alarm calling about 700 meters to the east of me in Torchwood, if anybody's close. Afternoon, Mike. Jamie here. I'm just about close to Leadwood Junction on Cheetah Cutline. I can hear kudu alarm calling about 700 meters to the east of me in Torchwood. Copy, no problem. That's a good sign. Sorry everybody, I'm just chatting on the Game Drive channel, but luckily we had bush babies to keep us busy. I'm standing by yours. Yours on Torchwood side. I'm close to Leadwood Junction on Cheetah Cutline. I can hear them about maybe 700 meters to the east of me. I don't know where exactly. I don't know the roads on Torchwood. Copy, no problem, yours. Here we go, I see you. I lost you. Here they're coming. Here they're coming through. Well done, Dave. Keeping track of them whilst I'm trying to converse on the Game Drive comms as well. I've lost. Ah, they. Have you got one there? There's one. This is highly entertaining. Copy that, thanks, Tayla. I'm still going to come in from Central on Cheetah Cutline side. Okay. Sorry to say this, everyone, but I think it's time for us to potentially leave these bush babies and get moving. Hold on, let's just give it one more chance in case they decide to come out. They're related to the lorises and one other primate. The name's just gone out of my head. It'll come back to me in a moment. Begins with a P. Lorises and patos. That's what they're related to. And they're absolutely magical. They're up there catching insects, bouncing about from branch to branch. Clearly amazingly agile. Let's go over to James. He's got something interesting.
Look at that, everyone. That's a serval. And it's very, very relaxed. It doesn't really know what we are doing. and it can't see anything. Well, I've put the headlights on, but that's not what's on them. I'm going to turn them off so it can't see us at all. And it is burnishing in the red infrared. Look at him. Look at this gorgeous cat. Short tail. Long ears, wide ears, to hear the rustling of rodents in the grass. I think that tail is actually shorter than normal. I think you'll find that it's a piece of it's been removed. Look at this. Walking very carefully. Now, if you don't know what a serval is, everyone, it's quite closely related to your house cat, believe it or not. It's from the same genus, Felis, and it moves in the same way. They're very, very careful mouse and gerbil and other rodent hunters largely. Also ground-dwelling birds they'll eat. And they specialize in leaping into the air and pouncing down onto whatever it is that they can catch. Now, we're on our way to find those 2 male lions again. We're not too far from them, but we just thought we'd stop here and show you a serval in infrared. What I'm going to try and do now is move slightly backwards. I think we might still have a view there. There we go. It's going off through a very big ditch off the road, so I don't think we're definitely not going to be able to stay with it. But there, John, I don't know if you can put us. Oh, there we are. But I can see it on both my feeds. I've got both the thermal imaging feed and the infrared. And Jeandré, I'll show you the thermal imaging feed now. There it is. How cool is that? So that is the heat of the serval. You can see the heat. You can see the heat of the trees behind. That's the wood burning up there. And the serval walking all through the clearings. God, that is just gorgeous, isn't it? And there's an elephant. Look at the elephants there. That is amazing. And that's because they're mammals, of course. I think I'd be very interested to shine this thing at one of those beastly crocodiles we saw earlier today. What an astounding sighting. I'm going to try and move forward a little bit. It's behind us. Really? It's right behind us, apparently. At 5 o'clock. I can see absolutely zero behind us. Now, Jeandré, if you can just keep the feed there so that I don't drive into this ditch. We'll just try and find it once more for you, everyone. Going to go for something in the grass. Hang on a second, let me just keep going. Tell me when it's at 10. Sorry, at 2. Is it at 2? Sorry, Stephanie, go again with your question, please. Hello, Stephanie. You're wondering if these cats are solitary. And they are completely solitary, Stephanie. 2 o'clock. Okay, I'm just going to get a little bit further back so Jeandré can maybe get it in infrared. Jeandré, you got anything there? Stephanie, no, they're totally solitary. The only truly social cat, everyone, of course, is the lion. It's in there somewhere, but I think our best bet, I'm afraid, is going to be... You got it there. There it is, right at the end of the infrared range. I think that might have been a tuft of grass. No, it's not it, Jeandré. It's standing up. If you look at the fleur. The fleur is the thermal image, everyone. Jeandré will take us back there. There it is. So it's quite far off the road. Now this is pretty basic. What is that if not... I'm just wondering if that isn't a small serval. Can you see to the right of it? There's definite heat. I wonder if that's a litter of cubs. Not cubs, kittens. Look at that! Okay, we're going to try and get in there, everyone, but I've got to tell you, just... yeah. Okay, let me see what I can do, because this is going to be worthwhile. I think we should maybe go back to South Africa while we attempt this. Alright, in the meantime, we'll see if we can get in there. Let's go across to Tayla and find out about her lions.
We have got a lion, everybody. I don't know if you can see her in there. It's one of the female lionesses. She's just, you can sort of make out that is a lion over there. I'm just trying to chat to Jamie now. Jamie, she's going through Makulush-Latin. She's on the eastern side of Ndlela. We're probably about 50 meters south of Nyala, South Nyala North Junction. Sorry everybody, I'm just trying to get Jamie to come and help me because she's moving through very thick vegetation. I cannot drive through here. Okay, copy. Yeah, I've just got one Mufuzzy here. I don't know what she's doing. I'm just going to try and stick with her. Sorry everybody, we're just trying to work out what she's doing. She's even moving through very thick vegetation. Can you see that? Like it's even difficult for her. Can you imagine? There's no ways I'll be able to put a vehicle where she's going. I need to just do a scan, everybody. We've only got one female. Where is the rest of them? Where are the rest of them? And now we need to try figure out how we're going to get to her. Everybody, I need to put my GPS on very quickly. Okay, I see her again. She's going to pop out on the road. Just want to see exactly where the next closest road is. Off we go. Can I go back a bit more? Oh, okay, Eggsy and I are both driving in the dark, everybody. I'm trying to not lose this female as well as try and reverse very quickly. That's quite a steep bank, but we can do it. We will prosper. Hang on, everybody. I think I've got her again. I think she's just up on the road. Yes, she's... Oh, we've got two lionesses. Hello, lovely ladies. I'm so... 3 lovely lionesses. 4 lovely lionesses, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Look at them all greeting each other. Amazing. Quite spectacular. So we're just missing one female. And I suspect that it's the young one because I think the first one that we found was actually amber eyes, everybody. Now we're going to follow them. I do need to put my GPS on so I can tell Jamie exactly where we are. Sorry everybody, I'm trying to get myself organized. Let's put the GPS on while we watch these lovely ladies. Isn't this fantastic? We've been driving around and I was honestly thinking that we were not going to keep up with these lionesses. Jamie, keep coming north on Inyala Road North. Yeah, I've got your audio. Oh, wow, did you see that? They jumped over a log. Thank goodness Jamie is close by, so she can help us. So Jamie and I are now going to play a leapfrog, everybody. I'm going to try and stick with these lionesses. You're going to hear me chatting to Jamie a lot. And then Jamie will try and get in front of them. And while then I will try and loop around again. And we're going to just leapfrog the entire evening now. Now I don't see the Birmingham male. I'm not sure where he is. We're going to have to go up here, I think. Oh. Right, now this is very thick, but I think we can get a gap. Can you see them there, Eggsy? There they are. Right, now they're moving along the drainage lines, everybody, which is a good thing. It's thick. It's also the last area where there is a bit of vegetation for them to eat. You can see them, they're just coming out in front of me. The other thing is that walking on all that sand is very quiet. Okay, we need to reverse very quickly. But I think we can manage, everybody. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Sorry, Wendy. Oh, I'm being attacked by the thorns. Eina. That Eina means ouch. But I think South African language is a lot more expressive. How am I doing on your side, Xander? Because I can't see anything.
Well,
good, eh?
yep.
Sweet. Right. Whee! Right, hang on everybody, I've got to do a bit of going up here. I've got too much going on. But like I said, we'll push and we will push. Oh, I can hear some angry elephants in the distance. Right, we're just going to try and get these females again. Yeah, Jamie, just come straight up and Yala North. I've still got them. Okay, where are you going to pop out now? So we're just walking in this drainage, everybody. Okay, see them in there. There they are. We need to try and anticipate them slightly. Now, Anna, speaking about those thorns that I got attached to my hand, and Anna would like to know, do they ever get those horrible thorns stuck in their feet? Now, Anna, yes, they do occasionally, and can be quite sore. Their pads are quite tough, however, they're still able to penetrate straight through that padding into their foot, and then they have to try and lick those thorns out or try and pull them out with their teeth. Sometimes it can prove to be quite difficult, and they may get them stuck in for a few days, but they always seem to manage to get them out. Now, it's very thick here. The lines are still going. I think I can see one. I think it's going to be very difficult for you to see through this thicket. Let me go forward a little bit more. Let's just see where you are. So I can't off-road, unfortunately, but the road does bend around, as you'll see, and the lines are coming straight towards this, I think we're in the Mawati now, right over here. Hopefully they're going to walk straight out and in front of the vehicle, so we can try and position ourselves in a way that we can still see them. Let's see if we can get this right. Lovely ladies of the Nkrumah Pride, where are you? Reveal yourselves, please. So we're coming straight here. Just want to double check. Wendy, reverse please. Thank you. Sometimes you have to just coax Wendy into going into her gears. Okay, I've got Jamie coming up behind me. I just want to let her know what's going on. So I'm sure she's going to pull up next to us. Sorry everybody, I know I'm not paying too much attention looking back at you. Just trying to spot the lions. Hi. Hello. So Jamie, they are coming basically in this direction towards us.
Awesome.
But now I can't see them anymore.
You hear that elephant?
Yes.
I wonder if it chase them away. Sorry, I'll grab
Okay. Perfect. Jamie's going to take over the radio quickly.
this now.
I'm going to go up a little bit further and just see if I can't look through this drainage line. Oh, no, we need to go in the second gear. Jamie's going to stand by everybody just a little bit further east of me. And hopefully these lines are going to come out somewhere. We've got them surrounded. We're going to have to find them. What's that? Lions, where are you? No, it was quite difficult because I couldn't... Hang on. What is that? You a common daker? Just going to drive a little bit over here. Little drainage line quickly. Just to see if I can look back into this thicket. It is very dense. I think Zana, show them how thick this vegetation is that these lions are moving through. It's just a wall of trees, everybody. Now we're just playing a waiting game and hoping that they're going to come out over here somewhere. I'm going to do a big scan, everybody, around. Let me check, let me consult the GPS. No, it seems that I've possibly lost the GPS. GPS, where are you? I've lost it. What did I do with it? Oh no, here it is. I've got it again, everyone. So I'm just going to check the GPS very quickly to see where they are possibly, where they could possibly head to. Where are they? See, I'm almost certain that they were going to come out on this junction. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Now they move very quickly, as you saw. So knowing them, they could even be ahead of us already. Maybe they're going back to the cubs. I have no idea what's going on, where they're going, and why they've left the male. They've just sort of abandoned him. Okay, I think we're going to... I can turn nicely. We're going to try and go a different way while Jamie stands by over here. Let's go through here. Whee! Little drop. Let's go this way around. See, Jamie's waiting in the distance. I'm just going to carry on and check a little bit further west just to see if they perhaps haven't crossed somewhere else, so we don't all sit in the same spot. Hopefully we'll spread ourselves out. I believe there's one other ranger that's going to come and help us as well, which is great. The more the merrier, because we need to find these lions again, everybody. We've spent enough time trying to relocate on them, so I think we'll get them again. Where are you? Ah. So Jim says he thinks that he has heard a male lion calling from the Juma Dam. That's a good indication. That's a very good indication. Possibly he's split up from these females and gone on his own, but I'm not sure. Just going to keep a close eye out over here very quickly. Like I said, unfortunately I couldn't go in and follow those lionesses like I would have liked to, just because it was so thick, unfortunately. Oh, very bumpy here. Eggsy's holding on for dear life, and it is very unfortunate because now we have lost them. But I think poor Wendy would have been left in pieces if I'd tried to have navigated through all that thick stuff. Sometimes we have to go the scenic way around and hope that the animals just pop out in front of us again. But it is great. Please keep watching the different dam cameras and keep us updated. No, nothing, still nothing. So I'm still just listening, waiting to hear from Jamie. Desperation, actually, hoping that she's going to say, I've got them, Tayla, I've got them. But she hasn't. She hasn't got them yet. Okay, I'm going to go down again into another drainage, and maybe I'll pick them up on this side. But this is what makes safari so much fun. The excitement never stops, everybody. It just keeps on coming. Let's check around here. I don't know where we are, but we're going to check. Oh, we're back at Buffelshoek Dam, everybody. Actually, let's go up the wall. Come on, Wendy. You can do it. And just maybe check that they didn't do a sneaky and have already come past here. Right, while I try and continue finding these lionesses, I think let's go and see if Janie's had any luck her side.
Oh, our cunning plan had one slight flaw in it, in that the lions decided that they weren't having any of it, and off they went into the thick bush. So obviously Taylor's gone to the north, I've gone to the south, and both of us are scanning intently to see whether or not we can't pick up on where those lions have gone. I have a suspicion that that elephant trumpet that I heard earlier, more like a scream actually, was the elephants reacting to the lions. Although, usually when elephants chase predators like that, they usually react a little bit more strongly. Something on the ground here. What is that? A nightjar? Must be. Might be a nice idea to just sit and listen as well. There's the elephants up ahead somewhere. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I need to use the spotlight, Dave. I hear you, Elise. I just don't see you. Okay. I know there's elephants somewhere around here, I just can't see where they are. Copy that, thanks Taylor. Okay, so back to our little nightjar. Very, very cool. Probably a fiery necked, but not necessarily, and they are quite tricky, the nightjars. It's the tiniest, most subtle differences. You were there, yeah? The tiniest, most subtle of distinctions that determine which particular species of nightjar this is. It also gives us a good chance to listen to the sounds of the other animals. Perhaps something else spots the lions for us, giving us a chance to see them. Cool. Beautiful little birds. Let me show you quickly, since we are here, and I'm just waiting to listen. I want to just take the opportunity to listen. It's surprisingly difficult. I'm going to try and keep my shadow out of my way. Nightjar. Let's go to fiery necked. I hear you, elephants. I hear you. So, just to give you an example, nightjars kind of all look the same. This was a fiery necked nightjar. It definitely was. You might have noticed the lighter spots around the wings. And they're one of the most well-known sounds out here that I don't know how to do it. Pardon?
It's got a bit of a glare.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? There we go. That's better. Isn't it?
Yes.
This is much better. And that's one of the things that distinguishes it. And it's meant to be saying, deliver us. In a beautiful song. It's the song I always associate with summer in the African bushveld. The other species that we get, I'm going to just turn the page in a second. The other species that we get, Eurasian nightjar, also has similar but is slightly bigger than the fiery necked nightjar as far as I know.
Just a glare again.
Oh dear, sorry Dave. You must smack me on the back of the head. Sorry, that's my fault. It doesn't have the rufous collar that gives the fiery necked nightjar its name. And then those are the sort of the main two that we would get out here. I'm just trying to think if there's another one. Yes, there is another one, the square-tailed. And that's where it does get a little bit complicated. Because as you can see, very, very similar to to the fiery neck that we were looking at. I'm relatively certain it's a fiery necked, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, we're going to continue on our search for these mysterious lions. In the meantime, James has had far more success. Mark, we still haven't relocated.
Well, everybody, there is Morana, the male lion. That's who we think he is anyway. And we think from our intel, we've been doing much intel gathering. I feel like the entire branch of MI6, we have been gathering intel, and we think that that is Morana, the brother of Scarface, that quite epic male lion we saw yesterday. He stuck his head up, only because we came along, I'm afraid. But there he is, but next to him is one of the, I think, from what I can tell, one of the blonder males, one of the other males of the coalition that come in here and killed the cubs. And what's interesting is he's clearly young, he's got still a bit of pink on his nose. But what's interesting is that apparently Morana, when these blondies killed the cubs, for some time was seen with the cubs and spending time with them and their mothers. And he took no part in killing them, but he also obviously took no part in defending them, while his brother Scarface was across the river. Perhaps he feels a sense of shame. No, he's a magnificent boy. Look at him. Jeepers, he's big. Yeah, no, it's not surprising that he is the brother. I think we should go to the thermal for this one. There we have the lion, and just behind him a little patch of warmth you can see on the thermal camera. And look how cool his mane is, A, and B, this is the lion we saw flicking his tail on the first night we did this, and he's got no pom-pom. And that's why his tail ends rather abruptly, as opposed to in a semi-dark pom-pom. That was an astounding thing to see. Oh, wonderful. Excellent. Alright, let me just move slightly. Jeandré, I'll try and get the front IR in on the sleepy one, other sleepy one, and the side one on the other sleepy one. There we are, look at that. They've lain perfectly for our infrared lights. Let's go slightly closer and turn off here. In fact, we might try and go around the other side shortly. We'll just see what they do for a few minutes. I was told today that they were very full. I don't think they look particularly full at the moment. But male lions, well, you know, they do tend to be rather lazy, scavenging things. Yeah, he's quite full. Yeah, I know, he's got a belly on him. That lion is very sleepy. Still, there is so much food around. Perhaps a wildebeest will come wandering past here. Perhaps a zebra. But he doesn't look like he's going anywhere too soon, does he? The other characteristic apparently of Morana is the fact that he is missing one of his bottom canines. And if he is Scarface's brother, as we suspect, well, then he is also between 10 and 12 years old, I think. Now let's just have a listen to the sounds of the Mara night, and I'll tell you what I can hear. I'm just going to stand up again. Alright, let's be quiet, everybody. So I can hear some frogs, some insects. I can hear one species of frog going at a waterhole off to the right of where we're sitting now. Perhaps where Morana and his blonde brother will go. Well, not brother, coalition mate. Don't know what they are at this stage. It's really a fascinating story to be unfolding here. And I'm sad we won't be able to do it for the next few months here. But we'll keep updating you as and when we hear anything back in South Africa. But otherwise, all is silent, much as it was yesterday. It's just a beautiful, beautiful night. Valeria, in Massachusetts, you say, isn't it unusual that he should leave his brother, or sort of forsake him, if you like, do a bit of a Brutus a la Julius Caesar on him? It is unusual, but is it? So, yes, it's unusual as far as the textbooks say that it's unusual. Is it unusual for this area, for the Mara Triangle, for the Mara, during a migration when the wildebeest are in situ and the wildebeest and the zebra are coming up as well? I don't know. I'm going to hesitate to say yes, it's unusual. Certainly in South Africa we would consider it extremely unusual. But apparently the migration, when it does come up here, creates an enormous amount of upheaval in the lions. And often the migration brings with it nomadic males and nomadic lions who are without territory, and sometimes that brings upheaval. I'm going to guess, though, that old Scarface is born of quite a lot more testosterone than his brother. Although his brother is pretty dark-maned, maybe his brother was just bigger. And I'm going to suggest that he was the dominant lion, and that when these guys came in and had a go at him, well, I guess I really hate myself for saying this, but a bit like Scar in The Lion King forsook his brother Mufasa, so perhaps Morana forsook his brother so that he could kind of get on with life and not be beaten up. That was not a conscious decision he made, but I think it's quite possible that in order to reduce conflict, he acted in a submissive fashion to the new males. And certainly the reason I think this is because the first night when we were watching them, we had the female, and she was calling, and these two blondies were calling, but Morana was absolutely stumm silent. So I think that's quite interesting. Right, back in South Africa, the wonderful Nkuhuma Pride lionesses are on the hunt. Let's go and take a look.
I'm now mobile in a easterly direction, straight through the Schlachtien of Hyena Road. Yes. Huh? Are we live? Oh, did I pull myself out? I can't hear anybody anyway. Right. So, as you heard in my voice, this female is now moving straight through some thickets. How are we going to get in here? So, we stumbled across her. I had a suspicion that she was going to come this way. I need to try and find a way through here. And I think the rest of the lovely ladies are in the drainage line. So they've just been doing loops. So we had the right idea earlier this evening of where to try and find them. Oh, there they go. She goes. Just watch your head here, Xander. There's a few thorns. Goodness gracious. Please don't go down into the drainage. Sorry, Xander. Watch your... Here they are. I've got them, everybody. Got the lions. Woohoo! That wasn't too bad. Thank goodness. Now I can tell Jamie that we have got only 4 lions. So wait, that is very confusing, everybody. Very confusing. Let's park like this. Oh, whew, whew, whew. Now the reason why I'm so confused is because of where I found that one female. She was sitting down in the middle of Hyena Road and waiting. So I don't know what's gone on. I thought it was maybe another female. Let me tell Jamie that I've got them. Jamie, I've got them. We're in the middle of Hyena Road, but we're east of that, but also west of that next drainage. There's just former fuzzies here. They're temporarily static. Sure, everybody, I cannot tell you what a sigh of relief I'm feeling at the moment, because my goodness, I can't. They were going through some serious thick vegetation. Now that was one of the mothers of the cubs, the one that's walking away and the one that we found. And she's obviously hungry. There she goes. And let's go back though, because she's going to the thicket. Let's go back to the others. Look at this one. Just laying on her back. So comfortable. Now, I'm not sure if this is amber eyes or if this is that very young female. We'll have to have a look. I can't see any suckle marks or anything like that. So that's how I know it's either one of those two. But we shall see when she decides to get up. Now, I could also hear that male lion calling in the distance. And it sounds like he could be near Vuyotela camp. However, there are guests in the camp, everybody, so I can't go missioning too far away, but we'll probably go and investigate in a little bit. We've got Lou and Rebecca watching the dam cam just to make sure, to see if he does come down. I'm going to stick with these three. Oh, they're starting to get up now. They are starting to get up. Who are you? You've got suckle marks. Oh, she goes. Now we're going to start moving again. I'm going to get Jamie to come around. Jamie, can you come around back to Hyena Road? Some of the Mafazis are up and mobile, back slightly more west. And we're going to get Jamie over here so she can come and give us a helping hand, everybody. You can hear that male lion calling in the distance again. Right, let's go back to these two. Now, I suspect the direction that they're going now is straight back towards those cubs. I thought we were going to get them going on the prowl. They look hungry. They're not particularly fat. So I don't know if it was a very big buffalo that they killed on Buffalo's Hook. Maybe just a medium-sized buffalo. It was enough to sort of be an appetizer. And now they're awaiting their main meal. There's a big yawn. Oh, life is so tough. Matilda. No, I don't know. That's not her name, everybody. Because they were rubbing her belly with her paw. Did you see that? That was awesome. Are you going to roll again for us? I'm so itchy on my belly. Oh my goodness, I've never seen a lion do that before. That is amazing. Please get some screenshots of this. That's hysterical. Wow. Oh, I believe she does do it quite frequently, but that's quite amazing. I've never seen that happening where a lion rubs its own belly. I think we're going to see some nice interaction. Hello. It's very important that they keep rubbing each other, keep strengthening the bond between the different lionesses. I'm eager to see who this is that's still resting here. Come on. Lucky last. Stand up for us. She's not ready to go. Now she's looking over. Oh, it looks like it could be maybe that young lioness. It doesn't look like she's got particularly amber colored eyes. And her nose looks quite pink still. So I think it's the young female. Now where is Amber Eyes? I thought I saw her when we first found the lions. Very interesting. So hopefully Jamie's going to pick up on the others. I'm going to update her again. Jamie, I'm sticking with that young Mafazi Gonyam. The others have sort of gone a little bit further northwest of me now. Maybe you'll pick up on them when you come down then, Tayla. Okay, she's up and moving. We're also going to be up and moving, everybody. So I need to reverse out of this thicket, and I don't think I can go the same way as the lions. Phew, right. Oh, there they are. What are you looking at? Yeah, let me see if I can turn around this one. Am I going to hit a tree on your side? Oh my good. Okay. I don't have any side mirrors, everybody. Oh, here they are again. Hang on, everybody. We need to switch to infrared, everybody. These females have heard something, and they are very excited. I'm going to switch to infrared now, so everybody ready? Lights off. Are you ready? Come on, Eggsy. There we go. We are on. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the lions roaring. that's one of the male lions calling. I think that's maybe why they're racing off. It's actually not because something to eat. I think they're going to try and find him. So I'm going to need to put a light back on. The lions have all gone again. Oh no, I've seen one, everybody. We're going to stay in infrared though. I'm going to just pick up my spotlight now just so I can see where I can go. But I think that's possibly why they raced off in that direction. No, I don't know. Now we need to get out again. Ooh, what's going on? What is going on? Lions are running, but I'm not sure why. Just one. That was bizarre. Oh my god, Jamie needs to get here very quickly to help me. This is too exciting. I need to switch off and listen. Jamie, can you fug a jumbo, please? I don't know where these Ngonyam have gone now. My daughter's colouring, my fuzzy's beleggering, stim. I'm trying to get Jamie here quickly, and I got a moth down my shirt. Okay, one female disappeared into the thicket. Can't follow her. Let's go further down the road where the others were going. Now I've turned the volume down accidentally. Lou, can you still hear me? Because I don't know if I can hear you. I'm just talking to Lou, who's in final control. I can hear you now. I turned the volume down a little bit, sorry. Just checking that the ladies are still with me. Now we're trying to figure out where these lions have gone again. They have given us the slipperoo. And I first initially thought that they were hunting. Now I'm not so certain because that male was calling and they seemed to dart off in his direction. I don't know if you were able to hear that at home. Lions, where are you? Please. And I'm going to try and not also pull my earpiece out. So it's quite interesting to try and able to distinguish between a male and a female's roar. Now I know Katha in Germany wants to know how on earth did I know that that was a male. That roar just sounded very deep and very gruff compared to what a female's roar would sound like. And the male's roars tend to go on for a little bit longer as well, and that went on forever. Not that it's a bad thing, quite pleasant actually. And I just need to work out what's happened to these lionesses. I have no idea where on earth they've gone. I'm going to just quickly check to the end of Hyena Road, and if I don't get lucky here, well, then I'm going to have to turn around and we're going to have to try again. Jamie's en route, and yes, I don't know what to do, because that male sounded like he was a little bit further east of us, like he could have been perhaps approaching Buffelshoek Dam. I'm not sure. But one female went sprinting off. Right, let's go to Jamie, everybody. I'm going to try and find these lions again, and let's just see how she's doing. Maybe she's found one.
We're on Hyena Road as well, and it's definitely an exciting time. I don't know exactly where these lions have gone. I'm not 100% sure where Tayla is either, to be honest. She must be somewhere in this thicket. And what we're doing is we're preparing to immediately switch to infrared as soon as I see them, and we drop our lights if they are hunting. Just trying to work out where they've gone and where exactly Tayla is. It might be worth just stopping for 1 second and listening. Let's just listen one moment. And check for chameleons at the same time. Nope. Wait, I hear them. Taking my earpiece out. I just heard one very soft, contact call. I'm switching Tayla onto open comms so that I can hear her. Come on, lions, where have you gone? Tayla, just stand by there. I think I heard a contact call to the west of me.
Sorry, Jane, you go again?
Is that your visual I've got on Hyena Road?
Yeah, affirm.
Just stand by there. I think I heard a contact call. So Tayla is just about 50 meters ahead of me. And we're just trying to hear if we can figure out where they've gone. Okay, I'll pop my earpiece back in now that I've got Tayla listening as well. They've gone into their favorite block. The block between Hyena Road and Gari Cut Line. We're going to see if we can find these females. I'm just going to go up ahead to Tayla, see exactly which way they were going, and we'll catch up with you once you've spent a bit of time with James and his lion.
So, rather unlike in the Sabie Sands, where the Ninkapumas are now walking through woodland, here, with the thermal camera, it's pretty easy to follow lions when they're moving, if they're moving. This particular lion is not moving. He's just put up his head, though, and he's sitting underneath a gorgeous tree there, sort of sticking out on its own in the clearings. Now, why he's got his head up is because he scented on the wind something that Graham has found with the thermal camera. So we'll just have a quick look at the thermal view. That's me there. Hello, everybody. And there's the thermal view. Those are zebras. And they're not walking straight towards us. They're kind of walking parallel with us and possibly around. And that's why he lifted his head, because their scent is blowing straight towards him. I just stopped speaking there briefly because it looked like there was a hot spot in the middle of that shot. But I don't think that's anything. So there go the zebras. The lions, like I say, I think look pretty full. So I'm not sure they're actually going to do anything. We knew the game was up yesterday evening, you know, when those lions started calling. The females started calling, advertising their territory, and we knew that they were no longer going to be on the hunt. This fellow's decided that he's got very dirty nails that he'd like to clean. What with it being Friday night and all. Jeez, this is amazing. Hello Spencer, you're a new viewer and you ask a very good question. You say, is it common for lions to be nocturnal hunters? Spencer, it is not only common, it is typical in many areas that they are nocturnal hunters. Now I would have said before I came here that they're almost exclusively nocturnal hunters. They will take the opportunity during the day if they can to hunt, but often they don't. Now, in the Mara here, because there's so much around, at least of the 4 or 5 kills we've heard of while we've been here, one of which we've witnessed, they've been during the day. Then we've witnessed one at night, but we've watched many failed attempts yesterday evening. So the lions here do kill during the day, and lions will take the opportunity to kill whenever they can. So it's not necessarily only during the night time that they kill. It's a good question, Spencer. Leopard as well, I think, do a lot more of their killing during the day than we think they do. He is deeply, deeply fatigued by life here in the Mara Triangle. But he's not panting, which means that he's not really that full. I think the blondie is probably fuller than Morana, if that is him. Now that blondie there that we're looking at is missing a bottom right canine, and I think I confused the information I got today by saying Morana was missing his bottom right canine. I think it's this blondie. He's also got a very dirty face. Yes, you do. That's correct. A dirty face. And big claws. Yes. And it almost looks to me like he's got a torn left ear. Wonderful question from Belly the Backpacker. Belly the Backpacker, you want to know how much more food these lions eat compared to the lions of the Sabie Sand. At this time of the year, I'm going to say I reckon they eat probably 20% more. Although, you know, given the drought that there's been, Nkuhuma Pride has been eating a lot of food lately. They've been killing many of the buffalo, and they kill bigger prey there, seemingly, than they do here. But there's so much now, between July and October, for these chaps to eat, that I'd say they probably eat 20% more at this time of the year. But when those zebra and wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle and eland head out of the Mara, things become a little bit more lean. They don't become impossible, but they become leaner, and I think you'll find they probably eat, I don't know, maybe 10% less than the Nkuhuma Pride does in the height of a drought. It really does vary on the time of year, though, so how to answer whether or not they eat more in total than the Nkuhumas, I don't know how I would answer that question. I'm going to say maybe slightly more, but given the difference in prey, or the number of prey species when the migration moves off to the south, I'm going to say it's probably very similar. Well, this is more activity than we had last night with those lions, after, well, bar the 3 little hunts. And those wildebeest are now well past. They're not walking towards him anymore, so he's no longer scenting them on the wind. They've moved out of the wind trail. But maybe he'll sit up and give us a call. Maybe he'll flop down and go back to sleep. He looked almost like he might have been enthused enough to get up there. No? Don't you want to go and do something, hunt something? There's lots around. Won't be here forever. See the wind starting to pick up a little bit, coming out of the north. Fiona, that's a very interesting question. You want to know if I think lions have a preference, if they like to vary their diets, if they get bored of the food that they eat and think to themselves, gee whiz, if I have to eat another wildebeest, I'm going to be sick. Give me a zebra or some warthog. Fiona, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming the meat must taste different. Do they have taste buds as sophisticated as ours? Absolutely not. I think we've got the most taste buds per square area, or per area on our tongues than any other animal in the world, so I wouldn't say that the taste necessarily bugs them too much. So I'm going to say no, I don't think they necessarily get sick of things. What they will start to do perhaps though, oh gosh, there we go, fast asleep. What they will start to do, if perhaps they're in a drought time, they'll start to notice the lack of fat on the animals they're eating, surrounding those crucial organs, the liver and the kidneys, and possibly even the lungs. They'll notice the fat disappearing from that in a drought, and they will notice physiologically they will notice the lack of fat in the diet. Does that then translate to them trying to catch something a bit fatter and fattier? I don't know. Certainly it would with elephants, not, for example, I know they're not going to eat meat, but they are intelligent enough, certainly, to go off and try and eat different kinds of foods depending on what their physiologies happen to be lacking. But I don't know about these lions. Very nice question. I like those ones. Not able to answer them properly, which means that it makes us all have a good think. Brilliant. Yeah, I don't know that these chaps are going to do anything tonight. We may do a little traverse around just now to see if we can't find the lioness who has been with that dark-maned male. Hello, Cecilia. You want to know what other predators are around here other than the lions and the hyenas? Well, there are cheetah here. I think that they're making themselves scarce at this time of the year because there are so many other predators. There are lots of lions here. There are nomadic lions who are not normally here. They're kind of here for the festival of the wildebeest at the moment. There are many, many hyenas, as you saw. Likewise, there are probably a couple of nomads knocking about here. And that means that the cheetah will be scarce. You can almost predict a cheetah's distribution by the presence of male lions and even their calls. When a male lion calls, it's highly unlikely you'll find a cheetah nearby because they are the main killers of cheetah, often. And so, I think you'll find not many cheetah here at the moment. Probably in 4 months' time, or maybe even 2 or 3 months' time, there will be more cheetah activity. There is one cheetah around here since we've been here. We think she's quite a famous cheetah called Matilda. What a name for a cheetah that is. Anyway, we think she's around this area, but we haven't been lucky enough to see her yet. Then, of course, the aardwolf, which is a kind of hyena. It's quite possible to get a striped hyena here sometimes. Maybe a wild dog. Definitely a serval, which we saw. We saw a few servals, and possibly African wildcats as well. The Nkuhuma Pride are behaving completely unlike these two lazy males. They're up and at it and on the hunt. Let's go and take a look.
Yeah, we had them and now the lions are gone again, everybody. So we're going to have to try and reposition and get to them. So you're just going to have to take my word, I'm afraid, and I'm coming undone. My goodness, the wheels are coming off the wagon. Okay, I'm back together again. Am I connected? Yes. Whew! It's been a really adventurous evening already. And these girls are on the move. They just keep hiding away. I don't know what they're doing now. We're going to have to watch this branch.
Spider.
Eggs is very worried about the spider. Right, everyone, sorry, we're navigating through off-road here, and it's more difficult to off-road at night. During the day it's much easier, but let's stop here and let's have a look, and hopefully Jamie can get up ahead and then we can have a glimpse. Here we go, we've got all 4 of them again.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There we go, infrared. How cool is that? They're not hunting now though. They seem to be going straight back towards where those cubs were going, or where they left the cubs, sorry. And I'm still confused as to what's going on and what they're doing and where that male is. Because we heard him calling. He was roaring up an absolute storm. And now he's gone very quiet again. So I wonder if he isn't possibly already making his way back to the cubs. Jamie did say that she heard some contact calling earlier, so that's possibly it. Okay, back we go a little bit. And over a few little trees, not big ones that the elephants have pushed over. Go on, Wendy, you can do it. Whee! Just sort of think of it like show jumping, but Wendy doesn't jump. Now what? Now where do we go? Lionesses, I wish you would walk on the road. Right, let's go to Jamie. We're going to leapfrog. She's got the lions again.
All 4 Nkuhuma lionesses on a mission through the block. What an incredible sight this is. On the hunt, sniffing around. They haven't spotted anything. Oh, somebody's doing some scratching. Scratching her claws down the silver cluster leaf tree. Helping to keep those claw sheaths nice and healthy. And also, I think it actually feels quite nice for them. I think they enjoy doing it. Look, the second lioness is going to enjoy and join in. There we go. Look at that. Awesome. She biting the tree as well a little bit. Oh, that's so cool. See them drawing lines. Now, cheetah and leopard often do this to mark their territories. And I suppose it makes sense that lionesses might as well. But it also stretches out their tendons of the claw sheaths and allows them to keep those claws in tip-top shape. Because of course, as they head into the night, they are most definitely going to need them. You ready for this, Dave? Let's do it. Okay, so it's not the easiest block in the world to navigate, but it's okay. It's not the hardest either. And it's not my first time. Watch out there, Dovey. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Problem. Crisis. Tree. Lioness is on the move. You ready, Darby? Can we get under here?
Yep.
Go for it. Whoop, whoop. Stop going north! Please. Please stop going north. Oh no, you're not going to stop going north. We're probably about 50 meters away from the Buffelshoek boundary. Here's our lovely lionesses. Awesome. What an amazing view. We've been fortunate enough to watch the technique of the lions in Kenya. Our lions have a slightly different habitat to compete with. You can see this dense vegetation that we're going to have to try and slide through now. Okay, there she goes. Let's carry on. I don't know how well we're going to manage this, but we're going to try. Luckily, we've got Tayla off to my right, ready to leapfrog ahead. Can I get through those trees? That is the question. Will I try? Yes. This is the fun part of this whole experience. Luckily, Steph's in Hoedspruit. Sorry, Rusty. You ready? I'm not ready. I don't know where I'm going. There I'm going. You okay, Dave? We really don't want to damage our cameramen. They're quite irreplaceable, you know. You good?
Yep.
Sorry, Dave. Oh my word, can I do this? We're about to find out. Yes! Oh. I'm gonna lose them. I'm stuck. I can try and get through here, Dave. Are you ready? Are you ready to try? Let's do it. Turning off my spotlight for now. I need both hands to stall casually. You ready? I bet James doesn't miss this. That's gonna hurt. You ready? We're gonna get visual of these lions in 2 seconds. There they are. There they go. Walking as one unit off into the distance. Yeah, we can do it. Are we going to get a flat tire? Probably. Is it worth it? Absolutely. To be privileged enough to watch these incredible cats go about their nightly business is just unbelievable. The thrill, I can't begin to tell you. The excitement coursing through everybody's veins, including theirs. They're on the search, they're on the hunt. For now, just wondering. Watch out, Dave. Yep, comes the strangled cry from the back. Why is my door open? That's okay. Deja vu, I've been here before. I think they're on their way back towards the cubs. There they go. Back to their favorite place around Gowrie Cutline, where over the last few weeks they have had endless success with catching buffalo and raising a healthy, happy group of cubs. Okay, now if I remember correctly, this road, it's not a road, it's a 2-track, goes off to the left and then hopefully we'll come back to the right. That's my plan. If it doesn't, well, I'll think of a new one as we go along. No, it doesn't. Disaster! Our Deborah in South, oh my word. Holy mackerel. No, I can't do this. It would be silly. I'll wreck the car. Sorry, Dave. Now, Deborah in South Carolina, you want to know if the missing lioness that is not with this group is with the cubs. And the answer is maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure where I'm going to go either. I think they got on their way straight back towards the cubs. So my sense of urgency is slightly dimmed. I'm going to try and do this a bit more carefully so I don't damage Dave. It's possible. It's also possible because I'm not sure, were all 5 of them with Tayla this afternoon when you were with them? Because if so, then yes, there's a good chance she's with the cubs. If not, then she's probably off mating somewhere, or there's a chance she's off mating somewhere. We've heard lots of lion vocalizations as we've been trundling along. There's that spider web, I know where we are. I think they're going back towards the cubs. This 2-track is definitely taking me in the wrong direction though. Poor Dave. You okay there? Good. You're a soldier. Okay, we have to do this. We have to get all the way to the drainage line along this 2-track, and then we're going to have to turn north again. We might have encountered the 5th lioness as we trundle along. You never know. Oh, there's a stump. Okay, I'm going to swing north and start heading to head the lionesses off. Let's go back to James and his lions.
Look everybody, we've moved, and we've moved because the lions have not moved. We're just trying to get a slightly different perspective on things, and as you can see, well, there isn't much of a different perspective on things. Let's have one look at the FLIR camera, at least the thermal imaging camera, and we'll show you the lion first, and then we'll scan slowly from side to side and see if we can't see some prey coming this way. One of them did lift its head briefly. There's the other one, lying very sleeplessly, at least sleepfully. And otherwise these clearings seem remarkably free of life, which is strange. There's the beginnings of the Olololo escarpment. There's a big herd of probably wildebeest or zebra or buffalo up there. Clearly nothing these lions are too concerned about. And I think the reason everything is not hunting right now is that so much food came into this area today. We woke up this morning, looked down over the escarpment, down onto the ground, onto the valley floor here, and there were wildebeest massing by the tens of thousands. Anyway, I think 1 or 2 of them got whacked during the day, devoured or eaten, or even last night perhaps. And they are no longer feeling the need to eat. We haven't seen these lions hungry. They've been basically fat for the last 5 days, almost a week. There they are. And so deeply, perfectly content. And of course they are making hay while the sun shines, which of course all animals should do, including ourselves. The reason they're doing that, well, there's lots of food here now. It won't be here forever. I'm very interested to see that the Nkuhumas are on the hunt. It would be so wonderful to get them on the hunt and actually killing again. We have had them once or twice on the hunt, of course, but it's not that easy to following them. Ellen you're in Arkansas. You say, how far from the river are these lions? And it's a very good question, and you're justifying it by saying surely it would make sense for them to hang around at the crossing points. I think some of those lions do. Certainly the one that we saw killing today, we saw a lion killing a young wildebeest as it came out of the river today. Yes, they seem to lurk about in the areas around where the crossings happen. I think it's a bit of a stretch to suggest that they have actually learned precisely where all the wildebeest cross, because then I do think, Ellen, that there would be lions around those crossings all the time, and those crossings would then not be crossings anymore, because much like with the crocodiles, I think the wildebeest would work it out, that they, well, no, except that's actually rubbish I'm talking now. I don't think the wildebeest would work it out. They seem to cross regardless with the crocs, but I think if there were lions on the ground, they'd probably learn to avoid the area eventually. Anyway, I do think it's a good question, though, and I wonder, I mean, certainly in South Africa, we know that, well, anywhere where there is water holes as opposed to rivers, we know that lions concentrate around those water holes, because they know that their prey have to come and drink. But I think there's just so much going on over here. There's so much to eat away from the rivers that there's no real point for the lions to go knocking about and lurking on the riverbeds all the time. So that's what I think is going on here. I'm just going to describe what I can smell. Much like the lion, I'm tilting my nose to the air. I can smell smoke in the air, interestingly. I wonder if there isn't a fire somewhere not too close to here, or not too far from here. I can't smell the zebra, though. I will tell you that one of the roads we drove yesterday, though, had a very distinctive smell of very fresh wildebeest dung. Tayla has managed to re-find the mobile lions of Djuma